battle for Middle-earth is about to begin.
So it begins.
Send these foul beasts into the abyss!
It's my power.
The great battle of our time.
Welcome to the Zorpazorp Battle Games in Middle-earth livestream. In this series, we cast our gaze back in time to the roots of our beloved Middle-earth strategy battle game to explore the fortnightly magazine serial Battle Games in Middle-earth. Each episode, we will delve into a single issue, poring over a treasure trove of retro gaming, following in-depth painting guides, terrain tutorials, and some crazy battle reports, all with a modern twist so you guys can enjoy them in your games at home. With each installment, we'll also focus on a release of models that accompanied the magazine, following their journey from painting bench to tabletop, and then at the end of every live stream, they'll be randomly assigned to one of our loyal Patreons to continue their days of gaming abroad, spreading the gospel of Zorpazorp. So, in the immortal words of the magazine itself, let battle commence. Welcome to Zorpazorp Gaming, my name's Lachlan Linton Keane, and welcome to the 14th installment of the Battle Games in Middle-earth livestream. Hello to everyone watching from all around the world. Let me know in the chat where you're viewing from this evening or this morning, depending if you're here bright and early in Australia or way around the world in the depths of night in the UK, Central Europe, and maybe the afternoon in the US. We have got a cracker of an episode this week. We're diving into, we're touching back on something from last week. This is officially a bit of a part two. We're looking further and further at Weathertop, the wonderful seat of Amon Sul, as we dive into issue number 37. That's right, we're leaping way off script. Issue 14 of the series. We're doing issue 37 of the magazine series today. It's going to be crazy. For those of you who may not have watched before, this particular live stream series follows the old Battle Games of Middle-earth magazines, which were a magazine serial from the early 2000s. So it's a bit of a retro kind of showcase. And in each fortnightly series of this live stream, we dive into one magazine series, one magazine from the series that came out in the early 2000s. And they've got battle reports and painting tutorials and terrain guides, and we try and do a bit of a mix of all of that in each episode, and this week is no exception. So last week we started assembling the Forge World Weathertop model, which is just a stunning piece. We planned to get that fully assembled, painted, and paint Gandalf and play a battle report on it. It may have been a little ambitious, just a little bit. We got it assembled and we painted Gandalf, but you know, nothing else. So basically today we are going to be painting up the Forge World model, which you should be able to see behind me, nestled in behind Minas Tirith. It's over there, it's in the dark. I'm all lit for the face, not for the background. So we're going to be finishing painting up that. We're going to have a look at my kind of technique for stonework and painting some pretty cool stonework. And I'm going to do a semi-speed paint on a $700 terrain piece from Forge World. And you're going to watch me cry every time I do a half-assed job of it. And then we're going to be jumping into some double battle report action. We have got the battle report from last week's installment, which is episode 13, and that's Gandalf fighting off the ring race at Amon Sul. Did it again. And then we're going to be playing through the battle report from issue 37. Which is sort of the second time in the magazine series that we see Weathertop, and the battle report from that is Aragorn and the hobbits fighting off the ring wraith. So we've got basically the whole journey of Amon Sul in terms of the Fellowship of the Ring, because for those of you who may not have read the books or can't remember, Gandalf gets to Weathertop first. He sees that the Aragorn and Strider and the hobbits have left Bree and they've headed off into the wilderness, and so he goes to Amon Sul to try and see see where they are and anticipates that Aragorn will head for that direction. He gets there first, and in the books, he's ambushed by all 9 of the ring wraiths, and he fights them off, and then flees off into the wilderness, trying to draw them away in case the Fellowship, or in case Aragorn and the hobbits are coming. And then, of course, they do, but only 4 of the ring wraiths pursue Gandalf, and the other 5 stay, so they only have to fight 5. But in this game, they're both fighting 5, so Gandalf's going to fight some wraiths, and then Gorny, and the man himself with his beautiful flaming brand, is going to be fighting off some ring wraiths as well. And they're really cool scenarios as well. This particular scenario, the Gandalf one, was played through by our compatriots over on the Great British Hobbit League. And because we always play the old school retro rules here, and I've got to say, this is the most unbalanced scenario I've ever seen in my life. Gandalf gets ruined every single time. He has less might and fate than he normally does. He doesn't have full access to his magical powers. The ring wraith's magical powers are insane. So I don't know, we're probably going to watch Gandalf get rinsed, and then we might, if we have time, we might replay it with normal rules and then play the third one. So it's all sorts of insane battle report action on the horizon. Let's jump into the chat and see who's joining us already this early in this morning. The Nerd Shack says, perfect timing, time to get your painting stuff ready. Thank you, Nerd Shack, that reminds me. If anyone is painting anything, what are you painting? Are you going to paint up some miniatures, paint up some terrain? What are you hobbying along with as we go through the stream? We'll chuck up a thread in the Facebook page a bit further on, so you guys can post up some progress photos. But we'll get to that in a sec. We'll get cracking first. Mito Colo joins us. Geekmaster, formerly Do2112, says, hey, he brings an important message to the people. He says, don't forget to like and subscribe. Yeah, that's right. Rusty Russ says, good evening from Scotland. Dirk Siepenkotter, hello altogether regarding from Germany. Beltor Kotteras from France. Marky Tribe, yo, 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 Marky boy. We're watching from Queensland, of course. We've got Sinner from the USA West Coast. We've got Manny Dishner's in from Virginia, USA. Zorpazorp's in, oh, that's me. Aaron's watching from the UK. Welcome, evening, Aaron. Scotty Gaming 95 says happy days. Charlie says hello, fellow Zorpazorpians. Yes, good. We've got a good haul in already. We'll jump into our magazine content in a sec while we just wait for everyone to arrive. Already 70 of us tuning in. Wardler France is watching from France. Johnny Wheatland from London. Renga Katterberg, of course, from the Netherlands. Joshy Summers is in. Excellent. All right, now we can make the thread. Josh, go make the thread on Facebook. Josh is like my recruited offsider. He's in charge of posting all Facebook threads for community photos. So as you're working on, if you're painting up some models or terrain, throw some photos up and put them in our thread that Joshy will pin to the top of the Zorpazorp Gaming Community Facebook page. And then we'll all get to check in and see what we're all working on. And I can tab over there very easily and have a look at what we're all working on, which is very exciting. Buck and Duck. Buck and Duck is joining us. Mr. Michael Buchan is watching from the capital of Middle-earth, which is New Zealand, but he's in Auckland, so I don't know if that's the capital. I think Queenstown, maybe Wellington. It's more the capital of New Zealand. But Mr. Buck and Duck is very fortuitous that you are joining us for the stream this morning, sir. We have the wonderful, wonderful Michael Buchan, who also has his own channel called Buck and Duck, where he does some amazing painting tutorials, has painted up a full version of the Fellowship and the Balin's Tomb display piece. Have a look at this. Look at this bad boy. So Michael has painted up this entire model for us and all 9 of the Fellowship members. We're going to be using some of these models today. We've got Aragorn and Gandalf and the 4 hobbits to face off against my 4 ring wraiths. And then next week, we're going to be doing a special Balin's Tomb edition of the stream to use this incredible model that Michael has sent. And we're going to be giving away all of these models to one lucky Patreon. So yeah, if you want to be in the chance to win yourself this next fortnight, make sure you head on over to Patreon. You can pledge anything to be involved, and you will get all 9 members of the Fellowship and the Balin's Tomb display case, which is now very rare. In fact, all of these models are out of production currently, so this is a huge boon. So thank you so much to Michael for doing that. He just did that off his own back just to, you know, support the channel, so make sure you show him some love and support and go and subscribe. I believe I may even have his channel preloaded in the description. Let me look. No, I don't. I'm an idiot. It's alright, I'll update that. But if you just search Buck and Duck, BUCHANDUCK on YouTube, it will come up the top. And he's got some awesome Middle-earth painting tutorials there as well, so definitely showing some love, because that's just wicked. Thank you so much, dude. So I can't wait to give that away next week. But of course, Lockie, what are we doing this week? Well, you're right, stream members. We are not painting any models. And yes, we're painting Forge World Weathertop, and this might be the 50th time I've had to reiterate that no, I'm not giving away my $700 Forge World Weathertop. What we are giving away this week to one lucky Patreon, 3 of the new card packs that are coming out on pre-order this weekend. So they went up for pre-order yesterday. So these are, what have we got here? We have the Elves and Dwarves profile cards, the Isengard and Moria profile cards, and the Free People's profile cards. Yeah, we're going to be giving those away to one lucky person. They're not the original cards that come in the cardboard box. They're the new versions, the reprints. So it's pretty awesome to see them back in the web store. Huge shout out to Games Workshop for shooting those over to me so that we can give them out to the people. We give it back to you, the people. Okay, let's return to the chat while everyone's joining us. Oh, we're all tuning in now. Good morning, everybody. Nerdshaq from Wales. Seth is watching from Baltimore. Dexter the Dexterous, of course, tuning in from Houston. We've got Aramanth from France. Stark Raving Mad from the UK. Warwick Griggs says, hey, how's it going, guys? Lockie, hope you're well. Thank you, dude. I'm doing very well indeed. Alec Bryan's tuning in from Italy, the first Roman to join us. Joshy says he's updated the thread on Facebook, so you guys can post up what you're planning to work on and then update that as we go along. We've got, yes it has. Renga says, I don't want to be on the negative. Has the issue of rolling 2d6 instead of d8 last giveaway been addressed? It has. Now, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I do have like half a degree in mathematics, and I forgot some simple probabilities there. So yes, we'll be rolling a d10 on the giveaway wheel this week. Thank you to Renga for teaching us and reminding Paul Lockie of proportional distribution through probabilities. We've got Geekmaster. Oh, this is an interesting name. I think it might be in German, but it's a Star Wars name. Welcome, Star Wars. I can't say that. We've got lots in from Australia. Shadowy Hurdle, Stephen Sparks from Arizona. Irish Pride is watching from Arizona as well, which is mildly confusing. Whoa, big. Wow, so many of you just joined us. I'm losing track of this chat. Where do we go? Darren McWilliams is watching from Ireland as well. Patch from Belgium. James Palmer, of course, tuning in from the UK. We've got Jill Monroe from England. From Edinburgh, sorry, Jill. What am I doing? I didn't mean to insult you. Seth says, hashtag halfling's about to get schwacked. Yeah, it's going to be... It's interesting, that second scenario where we've got Aragorn fighting the Ringwraiths and the Hobbits. It's a really interesting scenario. Their goals are essentially just to like push them back, and Aragorn and the Hobbits can whack them with flaming brands to try and knock the Ringwraiths back. It's going to be really fascinating. Jill says he's seeing in my birthday watching a terrain piece I'll never own being treated to a loving quickie. In brackets, paint job. Indeed. Costis is joining us from Ireland. Glenn Corbet, finally a day off so I can catch up on a Zorpazorp stream live. Thank you for joining us, Glenny. Well done. Relax. Come on, man. Don't work too hard. Dirk says he's very excited for today's episode. I am too. I love this model. I cannot wait to paint it. I'm terrified, but I'm also excited. Seth says, send in the armies of Gondor to aid the hobbits. They may need that help. Josh says he'd already posted the thread before I even asked him to. Look how organized he is. Aaron says, I hope I win the Weathertop in the prize draw tonight with a winky face. No, it's not happening. Stop making jokes. I'm not giving away Weathertop. Maddie's working on Farmer Maggot and his 3 good boys. Excellent. Fantastic models. I love those dogs. We all saw them, of course, in my Weathertop stream. Marky Tribe's working on Mounted Saruman. Have tipped over a pot of Black Templar already. He's mad. Dear me. The paints are falling. Let's see if I knock over any paints today. Thankfully, I won't be working with too many Citadel paints, so there's less chance. Seth says he's playing armor right now, but listening, might continue putting some contrast paints down on the Fellowship of the Ring. What scenario is he playing, Seth? I'm loving some Armor 3 lately. I mean, always, but I'm doing a bit more on the channel, which is fun. Charlie Moreno's doing some prep work on his Rohan house kit. Exciting stuff. Kaustis is on Rohan Warriors. We've got... Oh, wow, Sinner is painting up Galamaxus from the Onstapocalypse. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure if that's Monsterpocalypse or Onstapocalypse. Exciting stuff. Need to know what that is. Ben Jones is watching from Inverness. I've been up to Inverness in the north of Scotland. Well, there's actually lots of Invernesses around the world. That could be the Inverness from Australia as well. We've got Aaron says, wish we didn't have to wait a fortnight for the next one. Yeah, I can't do them weekly, unfortunately. Maybe soon, maybe soon. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Charlie says, no way, Jose, amazing fellowship giveaway. Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. Thank you again to Michael from Buck and Duck. Andrew's watching from Halifax, Yorkshire, painting up some Palace Guard from the Mirkwood range. Spain has been represented by Angel San Segundo. Welcome. And Josh says, make sure my name is on that wheel. Wing your face. It is. Tom Lanen is tuning in. We've got Eric Schultz from New York, Chris from Greece, Nikki from Denmark, Sam from Vermont again, Keely's joining us, one of our oldest subscribers, Keely, 121416, welcome my man, and our Monster Apocalypse, okay, says Sinner, very cool. Darren says, I did a Lockie last week and knocked a full bottle of Agrax Earthshade. Dear me, dear me. So Stephen is putting together some Mirkwood elves. Seth has been playing with some UK and Scottish blokes. Very cool in terms of modern. And currently making compositions on Edadan, mainly World War II with Starship Troopers. Very cool. Very cool. Lots of Arma 3 action. All right. Taylor's joined us from Norwich, England. And Arnold Elliott, Northern Irish. From the... Whoa. Arnold, he's a Northern Irish guy here in the Arctic Circle. We have our first viewer from the Arctic Circle. That is so cool, dude. And Warwick Grigg says, building lots tonight. Got Sons of Earl, Daewine, Feral Urukai, and the new Saruman and Grima. That is a ridiculous amount of people joining us so early in the morning or in the evening. What we're going to do now is we're going to switch the camera up, flick it on down to the desk. We'll have a pour through today's magazine, have a look at the battle reports, get a little bit of extra information on the ring race and some juicy bits and pieces. And then what we're going to do is go and dive on into painting our Forge World Weathertop, which I got to say, I'm pretty excited. It's a model I've wanted to paint for a long time. I've been putting it off for a long time as well. So it's gonna be exciting. So let's dive into it. I'll see you real soon as I switch around the camera. Alright, issue number 37, and an absolute ripper. Look at that beautiful ring wraith on the front there, and an interesting little forge world. Is that? I don't think that is the Weathertop forge world. Hey, that looks like it is, actually. Hang on a minute. Okay, we've got an interesting little discovery here. Sorry, we're off script already. So this is the 37th issue of the Battle Games in Middle-earth magazine. Now that, right there, is the Forge World Weathertop. That's what that is. That model did not come out. Unless I'm mistaken, I didn't think this was released until like 2010 or something, or maybe even earlier. I can't remember. I don't know if Damien or Steve is in the chat, or any of the guys who might remember. I can't remember when it was released, but I feel like obviously they've made this model in like 2002 or 2001 when these models were released, and then maybe it didn't get put into production as as a product, or maybe it did and I just don't remember because it was Forge World and I wasn't paying much attention to Forge World as a teen. But anyway, issue number 37. It is a beautiful little issue with a lovely ring wraith on the front, and let's dive in. We learn a little bit about the ring wraiths because they're a bit of a focus, I think it's fair to say. They're going to be doing some killing today. Should be interesting to see how they go. Chief among the servants of the enemy are the 9 ring wraiths. These once mortal kings are now slaves to the will of Sauron, the Lord of the Rings. Known as the Nazgul, these terrifying creatures scour Middle-earth, hunting for the One Ring. Yes, very exciting stuff. Now we get some profiles for them. Now we had a look at their profiles in detail in issue number 12 or 13, whatever we just did. But they have changed a little bit. They've got a little bit more extra stuff. Obviously, they've got terror. They've got some updated special rules for operating in darkness, so they sort of ignore the dark. I don't actually think they still have this rule too, which is interesting. So now when they play, like the Clash by Moonlight scenario and scenarios that operate using the some sort of dark special rule, I don't think ring wraiths ignore that anymore. I think they fight it as normal, which is interesting. Yes, obviously you can only have 9 ring wraiths. It outlines, look at this. We're leaping so far into the future now because we're in issue 37. We've started to put points values down, and this outlines sort of different ways that you can run the ring wraiths. There's these classic profiles that we get here, the ring wraith there, and then the ring wraith up the top, or they have like this secondary mode of play, which here is the power of Sauron, and that's essentially their cost gets increased to represent their strength at the height of any scenario being played during the Return of the King. So the Witch King, for instance, jumps from 95 to 140 points. He gets his 3 might, 3 fate, and 20 will, which is basically the same. One thing that is really different, though, is how the Morgul Blade operates, which is a piece of war gear, of course, that the Witch King has. So let's read this. Let's have a listen to this, guys. This is quite different. A blow from this weapon will leave a tainted shard from its blade deep within the victim's flesh. If the Witch King inflicts a wound on a model that has 2 or more wounds, he can use the Morgul Blade. Now that's an interesting thing. So if you just wound a multi-wounded dude, you can say, alright, I've used the Morgul Blade there. Whereas in the new rules, you have to be like, alright, I'm declaring to use the Morgul Blade before you wound, and if you fail to wound, it's wasted. Interesting. That makes it so much more powerful in that way. Where was I? He can declare he's using the Morgul Blade. The model that has suffered the wound now has a shard of the blade embedded in his body. On each successive turn, the evil player rolls a dice before the priority phase. If the roll is a 1 on the dice, the victim of the Morgul Blade sustains a further wound. This roll is made at the start of each turn until the game is over or the victim is slain. Might cannot be used to affect this roll, but fate can be used to recover the lost wounds, and might can be used to boost the fate roll as described in Pack 2, Pack 11 rather. The blade can only be used once, as its deadly tip is broken after the first strike. So it's definitely not as powerful, because in the current edition, if you deal an enemy a wound with the Morgul Blade, that it basically automatically kills them. It's like an auto kill. Whereas this, you wound them and then they can like suffer additional wounds. Now I reckon that is way more themey. I love that rule. I quite like the Morgul Blade in its current form in terms of game balance and game design, because it allows, you know, the Witch King to sort of kill a few people quickly, which I do like, but I love that idea of like bleeding wounds. I think it's a nice trade-off because you don't have to, you know, you don't declare you're using it. You can just say, oh yeah, when I've wounded you, that was the Morgul Blade. So that makes it easier to get off, but it's not quite as powerful, but a little more themey. So I'm excited by that. Let's have a look. Let's keep scrolling on down. So we learn a little bit about their style, the style of the Ringwraiths, both sword and sorcery. They're good in combat, but they're, especially on a fell beast, as we can see there, but they're even more powerful with the Ringwraiths. There's some other scenarios, some future battle reports perhaps in this particular magazine that we're not doing today. We've got Flight to the Ferry and some lovely kind of big sort of scenarios with the cavalry, the mounted Ringwraiths chasing down the hobbits as they flee to the ferry, and then we've got the big old attack at Weathertop that we're doing today, which we'll dive into a little bit later. And then we have a cool little painting guide for the Witch King of Angmar, which we won't be using today. And then they have a very, very cool guide on how to make your own Weathertop using like extruded polystyrene, and this is a really well done guide. There's talks about cutting the hill, making the curves out of foam, ruling up the archways, drawing it out, sculpting it out. It's really cool. The curved stairs. They go into, like, it's a pretty impressive model. If you don't have the forge or Weathertop and want to knock something up out of foam, this is a great guide to follow. It even combines like mixing in some archways and things, and it's not like a slouchy guide either. It's like five or six pages of detail, and it just reminds me of like when this magazine was coming out. It was just so exciting, you know, picking up the magazine and it's like, all right, this is what I'm going to do for the next 2 weeks while I wait for the next one. In evenings after school, I'll be working on whatever the terrain project is and painting up my hero or my troops and playing games with the new guys that have just arrived at my mate's house. And it's really cool. Really love this stuff, and they even have a little section on painting it and adding finishing touches, and they even have a little guide for making the Buckleberry Ferry as well. I mean, these magazines, they start to get really packed full of stuff the deeper we go into the series. So like what we're doing each stream is only going to get cooler and more interesting. By extension, just leaping further into the future, I noticed this further. This is issue 38. This issue has a guide on how to build Orthanc and Isengard scenery. Look at this. You're building wheels. You're building some sort of thing. We've got painting up Grima. And then there's a battle report where Gandalf the White and a bunch of Rohan are laying siege to Orthanc against Saruman and some orcs and Uruk-hai and stuff. It's super cool stuff. There's so much really interesting stuff in the future as well. And we got an absolute ripper today. So I'm pretty pumped. Let's grab Weathertop and let's dive into some paints. You know what? Before we do, I'll give you a little close-up look at a few things. Here is our Barlin's Tomb model, so graciously donated by Michael Buchan from Buck and Duck. I've got I have now updated the description. So if you guys, anyone who's at their computer, jump into the description and go and head over to Buck and Duck's Facebook so that you can give him a I'm even holding it backwards. That's not very interesting. Let's go Fellowship of the Ring. So yeah, give him a subscribe. Check out his awesome painting tutorials, because yeah, an absolute legend for painting this all up to give away on next fortnight stream. And these models just look absolutely wicked. Look at Gimli. Come on, focus. I believe in you. No, there we go. Gimli, and they're the original metal Fellowship sculpts as well, standing up there on top of his tomb. There's Aragorn Strider, so we're going to be using a bunch of these sculpts today. We'll put Michael's sculpts to the test and see if they can survive the wrath of the Ringwraiths. Alright, let's do it, guys. It's time to dive in and grab ourselves a Weathertop. Now, I have primed this guy, so he's all ready to go. Let's see what he looks like fully assembled. God, this thing's heavy. Dum dum! There we go. Look at this beast. Now, we did keep a couple of pieces loose for sub-assembly. So we've got this archway here, which is completely separate, and then we've also got this little piece of rubble here, which I'm always going to leave separate, because I actually think that it's going to be a hell of a lot better to play when it's, you know, got that huge open section, particularly as I'm going to be pushing to use this Weathertop piece in tournament play in my local scene, which is kind of an interesting discussion. So the piece is not without its flaws. If I just grab a model, and we talked about this last week as well, is models don't fit through the archways, which does annoy me. But I've sort of thought about it more, and I'm pretty happy that the model is perfectly to scale with the original set, because I think from a modeling point of view, that is the most important thing. And also, we have rules in Middle-earth to you know, accommodate things like this. So, you know, things like squeezing, which is where basically you can just move through this gap without penalty. But you can just never finish there, and if you're, you know, if you have one model here and you have one model there, then they count as, you know, being in base contact with each other. So essentially that little gap in between just doesn't exist, and so that, you know, even though they can't get in base contact, so I'm totally fine with that. Just the one thing that really pisses me off is the stairs aren't wide enough for a 25mm base, and that is annoying, because it would be really cool to be able to move up and down through these little corridors and things, but we can't because they just don't fit. So that is, aside from that, I think the model's absolutely awesome. I don't mind the archways being too small, but I just wish the stairways were wider. But yes, and I really want to use this in tournament play, and a lot of people don't. Declan Callahan, who will be joining us at some point this morning, put up a post on the GBHL about whether or not this should see tournament play. And a lot of people sort of decided, oh no, it's not worth it. And I couldn't disagree more. I'm not saying you should have this Weathertop model at top table, but I think I'm going to put this on a board at Ardor Unleashed, maybe somewhere in the middle, because at the end of the day, like, we're playing the Lord of the Rings or the Middle-earth strategy battle game. It shouldn't all be perfectly equitable terrain where people are lining up on, you know, a pitch battle on some grass with 3 mirrored image trees. Like, we want to be playing... Oh, Declan's already here in the stream. We want to be playing on beautiful locations from the world of Middle-earth. And, you know, having this Weathertop model sitting right in the middle of the table, so it's evenly spaced, and being quite a tricky model for, you know, once you get in there, obviously you'd be fighting through doorways, so you'd be able to hold it against enemy forces. Yes, it's going to be a more difficult army for cavalry to play, but when you take an all-cavalry army, like I do, you're going to have to deal with the fact that sometimes there are places on the board that only infantry can fit, like going upstairs to the higher points of buildings. You know, that's what happens. So, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with, you know, cavalry get a huge advantage anytime there's shallow water. They just ride over it instead of being slowed down. So, you know, you can't have benefits and no penalties. So I want to put this on a board for tournament plagues. I think it's a really cool piece, and I think people will be more excited than like, oh, it was really annoying because I was playing on this beautiful Forge World Weathertop at a tournament and it might have slightly unfavored me. It's like, well, welcome to war, my friend. You're not always at perfectly even odds with your opponent. Sometimes you need to be a bit more of a competent general to, you know, weigh up against the odds in your favor. So, anyway, that's my thoughts on tournament play, but we are talking about painting today, and then some beautiful scenario work. So, I mean, I've given this guy a prime, which, let me tell you, wasn't the easiest thing to do in the world, because my prime color is basically the same color as the resin. Let me grab the other thing. So this is what she's been primed in, which is the Tamiya Flat Grey Surface Primer. This is basically one of their really high bonding primers. It's designed for use on metal, which means that it adheres really well. It's got good adhesion, and that's really important for you know, getting a strong bond to the resin. Obviously, this was all washed with, you know, a soapy, warm mix before I assembled it, and then I've given it a good coat. When you're priming it, you basically just work methodically through the areas. I'm going to get Boromir out of here now. So I was like, alright, I'm going to paint all of this bit, spray, 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 rotate it, spray, you know, work in zones so that you can keep track of what you've actually painted. One thing you could do is put little dots of permanent marker, because that's quite thin, and then sort of that might let you know, oh, there's a dot, but I mean, I think it's okay. You just make sure you're not applying it too heavily so that you're obscuring detail, but just be generous, and that way you get a good coverage anyway, which is really important for this sort of resin. Yeah, it was fun though. I was like, what have I painted and what haven't I? I mean, here's an example. That section there is not primed underneath because I want the glue to be okay. And then that section is primed. Like, can you guys tell me the difference between that grey? No, it's the same. It's the same. So, what's our process for painting a model like this? Well, I have a whole video dedicated to it. I just released a video on painting stone and realistic looking stone. So we're going to be doing basically a process called undertoning, which is where we're going to go in and pick out all of these individual bricks with different colors of stone hues, because stone isn't all just shades of grey. So we're going to bring in some brown, we're going to do some darker grey, some blue grey, and then some lighter greys as well. And then once we've kind of picked that all out in really stark contrasty like base coats, and it'll look quite weird and you guys will be like, what is he doing to this model? Then we'll dry brush over all of those to blend them all together, and then we'll put it on a nice big black wash, and then we'll come in with some detail and do some Athonian camo shade for some greens and you know, a few different pieces. And I mean, this is going to be a bit of a job. This is a bit of a job to paint, so we might not be able to put like the final touches on it. We'll try and get to the wash stage, because that's really when it all comes together. And then, but we might not flock it or anything, so that we've got enough time to play our games. We'll see how we go. We'll see how past I can faint. We'll see how past I can faint. We'll see how fast I can paint. Let's grab some paint. So what am I using today? Well, obviously, it's a $700 model, right? So I'm going to use crappy paints from house paints from a hardware store. Of course. I mean, that makes sense, right? You bet I am. So, these are just, you know, craft store paint. No, they're not craft store paints. They're house paints. So stuff, you know, Dulux. I don't know if you guys know that brand all over the world. Let's have a look at what we got. This is our sort of sexy earthy brown. It's quite nice. We've got a... This is like a fortress grey in the old one. So this is a kind of a mid-tone grey. And then, more of a codex grey, sorry, that's more of a codex grey. Then I'd call this one a fortress grey, that really light fortress grey. So essentially we've got 1, 2, 3, more blue in this one, and then a little less in this is more of a cleaner white grey, and then our brown as well. Might do that so you guys can hear me a little bit more clearly. All right, let's chuck away our greys for the time being, because we don't need to have more paint out than we need, and I don't want to go spilling huge reams of paint on this Forge World bottle. Now, the aim of the game here with this stage is to be efficient, really. You don't want to spend forever doing this, but you don't have to be like, you know, super careful about it. How's that going? Cool. You don't have to be super careful about it, but you do want to kind of roughly constrict it to certain bricks. So what we're going to be doing essentially is just picking out individual bricks. So I mean, let's just crack on, really. We're going to be here all day. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to go one color at a time and do a pass. And you don't have to be like a real perfectionist about it. What I do try and do is, if I make one block brown on one side of a building, and that block obviously continues around, is I keep that block brown, so that, you know, it's consistent, that piece of stone has been hewn from this quarry. It is that color roughly all the way through. Man, this model is pretty awesome to paint. Hey, this is applying so nicely. I've been painting Minas Tirith, of course, so much, which is foam, and painting foam can be a little tricky, because it's not like the best surface for taking paint, but this resin just looks fantastic. These are not the best quality paints. They're by no stretch of the imagination miniature grade paints, which begs the question why they're being put on this model, but, you know, anyway, I'm doing it. I can't afford to spend all my with limited access to paints these days. I mean, it's not too bad. I think Games Workshop's pretty much reopened now, but I'm using them. It's fine. they're high enough quality that they're not going to look ridiculous or anything, or obscure detail. Now you'll see what I'm doing is, as I'm painting this, you know, the paint is sort of wearing away on my brush, and so coats that I'm putting on might be lighter on some stones or darker on others, and that's great. Natural variation between the color layers is really good. And then where we have areas like this where it's sort of just a bit of rubble, we can just mix it up and put like some really nice broken kind of hints of different hues. This is actually really good having this little piece, because you guys can see this nice and close. And then it may be a little difficult for you guys to see what the hell I'm doing when we get to the big one. So it's probably going to be just a lot of painting and hanging out today, less of like a classic tutorial. Because it's fairly simple techniques that we're talking about, and then me just doing a hell of a lot of it. That's probably enough brown. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty brown. Let's move on to this little guy. I'll smash the brown on him. Give him a bit of brown there. I want to make a few sort of pockets of concentrated brown on this rubble. And don't be afraid to leave like some of the base coat showing as well, obviously, because it's a perfect grey. What we're also going to do is pick out the dirt in this brown. That'll probably end up getting darkened. That's quite a light brown. Maybe I should leave it so I'm not building up unnecessary. Yeah, that's pretty light. I'll probably put a darker tone down for that brown base coat, so I'll leave that for now. Actually, look at that, changing my mind mid-paint. That's how you do it. Alright, so that is my browns down on those two pieces. What we might do is, I might do all of the undertoning on these, so you can see the idea of where we're going, and then we can just have a big hat. A big hat, a big chat. Dude, my words today are failing me. I mean, it is like, it's not even 8 AM. Alright, let's grab our... What have we got here? I've pulled out one of them. I think this is the darker of the greys. It is. You'll notice that as I'm taking paint off the... As I'm taking paint off the lid of the paint pot, I am sort of pulling a lot of it out. It's not worth, with this kind of paint, trying to use a wet palette. But what I am doing is just drawing it out on this basically dry palette that I have here. Just to thin it out and make sure I'm not adding any unnecessary thickness or texture or grains from the paint. Which piece is that? So that is... Oh, there's two arches there instead of one. Interesting. I'll make this one this darker grey. You can see this is yeah, a bluier, kind of earthier grey. It's definitely not like a pure, clean grey. I'm not going to bother picking out the individual tiny bricks on the inside here, mostly because they are like very rarely seen because they're on the inside. But also it's just, yeah, a bit unnecessary. That detail won't read. Give this statue a bit of a hit in different spots, make him look kind of multi-hued. It's coming along quite well. I might thicken up this layer down here. So you can do this exact same scheme, and just change up the hue of the color by changing your base tone. So I'm working for a really light grey here, and that's basically how I want the model to finish, is a nice light grey. And I'm just putting these undertones in, and then I'll return the midtones and highlights of these blocks in due course with successive layers of dry brushing. But if you wanted to have a darker stone, you just start with a darker grey. If you wanted to have a lighter stone or a white stone, you just start with a white prime and do the exact same process, and then change your dry brushing layers a little bit down the track, which we will talk about in time. Right, that's looking pretty good. Let's grab our third grey. Now, hopefully, this grey will be fairly close to the prime, but it still will be subtly different. Probably just a tiny shade lighter. So we'll apply this one fairly subtly. You'll notice that I'm also not bothering to change brushes, and that's because I don't really care if the paints mix and I get layers that are like a blend of like a couple of colors and things. That's good, that's just more variation, you know? We love that. Probably need a little bit more color variation in this rubble here. Let's get a little bit more in there. Yep, there we go. So there we can see the multi-hued kind of look we're going for here. We've got brown, we've got a darker grey, we've got the light grey, we've got the prime. Right there, you can see 4 different subtle shades of block. Same thing here. Light grey, dark grey, brown, prime. Try and get a nice distribution, but you want it looking pretty random as well, so don't be afraid to miss colours and cluster them in different areas. So that is giving us that lovely kind of variation of hue. Going to come and bring in a little bit here of this lighter grey. Pick out some of this rubble. Cool. Alright, so that is 2 pieces done. So now you kind of get the idea of what we're going for. I'm going to put away the greys, and we're going to do the entire Weathertop piece in brown, and then dark grey, and then light grey. And then, that's basically the bulk of the painting done. And then it's just like blending kind of detail layers. So we're back to our brown. Dirk says, let's see if Lockie can finish it today. Any bets? If yes, how long will he need? All right, so we placed a bet on how long it would take me to build it last time. Let's place some bets. So it's currently, here, let me check. When did I start painting? So paint was, I was explaining a lot. Where's, I'm just tracking back to the stream here. Hey, behave, would you? Come on, what are you doing? So I started painting at 50 minutes. That can't be right. It's already 1:38. I haven't been painting that long. No, I think I was just explaining it back then. This doesn't make any sense. Alright, so I think I started painting 10 minutes ago? Anyway, we'll keep on track of that. Oh yes, I see. Okay, so we started painting at 50 minutes on the clock, and we are currently sitting at or just before 50 minutes. So 42 minutes was when we started painting. Wouldn't an airbrush be handy? Says Ido. Yeah, absolutely, 100% an airbrush would be handy. I still don't own one. It's very in the cards. It's needed, you know. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Chris says I'm worried for him, honestly. Marky Tribe says, settle in, boys and girls. This will be another biggie. Mason Alexi's betting 3 hours. Renga Katterberg says 4 hours, so not tonight is my bet. Aaron says, I bet you won't finish. If you don't, you have to give me the Weathertop model. Maito's guessing 3 days. James says 4 hours. Ido says $700 model and no money for an airbrush. Yeah, it's not just, I just haven't got round to getting one, you know. It's like this whole other world that I'm a bit afraid of. You got to learn about compressors and paint mixing and ratios, and it's more that I just haven't found the time to, because it's a bit of a hobby in and of itself, understanding airbrush and learning those skills. So I just haven't got round to it, and I haven't needed to yet. I think, yeah, Aaron says that's your encouragement to get it finished. If I don't get it finished painted, I have to give it away. Just watch, guys. I reckon I'm gonna get this painted. Ooh, I want to say an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, maybe 2 hours. Declan says when the last moon of autumn and the first sun of winter are in the sky together. I think, yeah. Yeah, it daunts me, honestly, the whole airbrush landscape. I need to get into it soon, because I've got a collab coming up with another tuber, which is going to require an airbrush. We're going to... I'm just going to have to make the plunge. I'm not going to survive like a 24-hour painting challenge without without. Now let's think. So I've got base coating, dry brushing, and washing. So obviously I'll still have some details to do, but I am guessing I'm going to spend between 2 and 3 hours painting it today. Maybe. On stream. Yeah. We'll see how we go. Anyway, let's crack on. You guys have little faith. But let me know if that microphone volume is okay. And we're going to smash into the browns. Just going to switch to live and see if you guys can see that well. What I might do is I'm going to go in a bit closer, like this. I know it's not the best angle, guys, and I am sorry for that, but it's massive, this model, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm not going to be holding it up with my hands while trying to paint it. So I'll zoom in close so that you can at least see a little bit more of it that way. So the trick is kind of getting the right mix of undertones. Like, you don't want to put... When you're painting lighter schemes, you want to be careful with the darker undertones. So like when I'm doing my white for Minas Tirith, I don't want to put too much of the brown down, because it starts to look weird. But with this darker grey scheme, I mean, it's still a light grey, but it's much darker. We can have a bit more free reign. It's much more sort of forgiving. The blends are more forgiving. So I'm just picking out really... See how fast I'm moving? Like, it's pretty rough how quick I'm picking out this stone. I'm even going to do this big block of floor stone here. We'll do that brown as well. Some more of these little guys. Get a little bit of brown in there. Let's pick out some of these individual steps, brown. So what's the best way to work methodically? I think I'll finish like the ring wall, like from the outer angle. I'll do like an outer run. At the end of the day, we don't have to be too precious about it, because it's going to be all so blended with dry brushing that any kind of differences shouldn't be a huge problem. Get a bit of brown on this archway. Just going to get these two little pieces out of the way. Let's whiz back here. We'll get in a few of these little archway pieces here. That's a big one. That's probably a fair amount of brown I'm bringing in now. So I think we're at the right kind of saturation of, like, this is how much brown we're going to be spreading across the model. See, I'm doing it pretty randomly too in the way I'm picking everything out. Get a little bit of brown on that flat surface there. So yeah, pretty happy with that. Might maybe just put a little bit of brown on this archway here. Alright, you know what? Let's finish piece by piece. So let's swing over now and do like the inside surface of what we just did. So we want a little bit of brown here. We'll finish off. So anything that I painted brown on the outside, I should really be trying to paint brown on the inside when it's really obvious. It's not an issue when it's like down in the middle there, but get a bit of brown in there. That one needs to be brown. We'll make that one brown. Hit that from the side as well. Pick out some of those steps from the sides. Let's make one of these guys in here brown. It's sort of quite in shadow, so I think it's nice if some of those are quite dark. You guys won't be able to see that one very well. Just making a few underneath this lit brown. We'll give just a little bit of brown to that statue, and then we'll work on these. Zoom back out just a touch. Work on these steps. Pick off a few. A couple of steps in here in these grooves. See, I mean, these steps are just so cool, and they're very unplayable. I mean, this area is playable, I guess. But but not hugely so. Really irks me. Okay, so that's all the brown done on that region. Let's keep moving on. Oh, ow, that was my knee. So we've done this, we're moving on to this. Alright, let's reframe that so you guys can see. Picking out these little bricks. The pillars are quite nice because you can sort of wrap brown all the way around. Looking good, looking good. A little bit of brown down at the bottom here. Now the great thing is, if you found, you've put too much brown, just blend it more heavily later on to get rid of it, and it's all fine. I'll hit some of these floor tiles here, close to the edges. That's probably enough brown through there. Let's keep going on the signs for a little bit. We'll make a big bit of brown here on that. Blend that all the way around. And then maybe just this little top section here can have a little brown. Base of this pillar. Work in a little bit of brown up the top there. Bit more. We might. We'll do another flat one, but I won't be really heavy with it. I'll make it a little lighter. Alright, let's spin this guy. And we'll do the inside. So yeah, again, I'll have another block of brown on this bigger pillar. You'll notice too that some of these are like meant to be greenery. So it's sort of like telling you where you have to flock. It's like sculpted shrubs that you could paint, or you could flock there to match. So we'll have to fix that at some point. Alright, we'll give I think we'll start to do some of these steps now as well. While we're kind of completing this ring. Just pick some of these steps out with a bit of brown. Turn that microphone so you guys can hopefully hear me while I'm over here. Sorry if that was clunky while I moved it. Let's go a little bit here. Hit some of these statues that have fallen down. I'm gonna do this bit last, this huge section in the middle. So it's a bit of an undertaking, that one. Let's just smash through and dust off all the tops. So I've got a bit of brown spread throughout the top. Alright, that's good. Happy with that. Now we've got another huge big block of stone here. Another big wall of it. So we'll have another big one that's relatively brown. Pick out some of these little stairs. Hit that, hit that. Give this statue just a little bit of brown on the side there. We'll hit that, make that a big brown layer too. Let's look at, so we haven't done any of that, so that's a lot of archway over there to look at. Let's grab a little more brown in there. Pivoting around, get the brown on that. So many blocks in here to play with. Some really cool stacked layers here as different inner and outer walls have burst open. Very cool. I'll make some of these steps a bit more brown. It's really fun painting this after building it on stream last week. Sort of seeing how it was, like, obviously we know which were the parts that were like the multi-part kit, and then as you build it together and blend it all together, it's like I can't really remember what were the bits that we glued on and what was all one part of the model, which is a good sign that the model's designed pretty well. Hit a few more of these little ones up the top. Now we're almost done with brown, so there we go. That was one layer smashed through. I think I'm going to blow you guys away with how quick I get this done. He says that now. A bit more brown. Let's focus on some of these steps. Josh says, I accidentally cut a chunk out of a mumak tusk the other day. Ooh, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll jump back into the chat in a sec and touch base with you guys when we let the brown to dry. That just looked funny. Alright, well, I'm going to do like a step focus pass now. Make sure I've got enough kind of coverage on the steps. It's looking pretty good. Oh, we need to do the inside of this. Statue a little bit more brown, make that brown. And then these arches here, this inner kind of ring of the arches. We'll need a little brown worked in. There we go. There's another one we can give. Cool. All right. Let's do these squares in the middle. These are sort of very obvious because we're looking top down at them. So I will try and make this neat-ish. I'm just picking out completely random tiles to give a little bit of a brown accent to. Trying to avoid any brush stroking. Adding a little bit of brown to all the rubble that's around. There we go. That is our brown layer finished. So it looks quite stark and contrasty. Not particularly well blended, but that's okay. That's what it's supposed to look like at the moment. We'll jump into the darker blue next. The darker grey, sorry, not the darker blue. It does have a little bit of blue running through it though. Alright, so where do we start? Let's start in the same place every time. I think it was this bit. This is what we started with. There we go. I'm pretty sure I just spun a full 360. Right, we're gonna let that dry for a second. I'll come hang in the chat. Alright. You guys have been chatting like crazy. Where was I? Where was I? Oh my goodness. Chat, you guys have been talking a lot. Where? Oh, here we go. Josh was talking about the airbrushes. Iowata. Josh says the Iowata Neo and one of the Spar Max compressors is a great way of getting into airbrushing for less than £150. It's so easy. It's a piece of cake. Took me a week to learn the basics. Cool. Well, that's encouraging. So I'm going to be sort of jumping in very, very soon. Renga says 2 hours. That's a bold claim. Yes, I think I could do it. Seth says back in my day we didn't need no stinking airbrushes, just paintbrushes and fingers. Ido says 2 hours, man, you'll be my hero. Sean Rosado says goober. Well, that might be the collab I was referring to. You'll have to wait and see. Who knows? Who knows? Anything could happen. Ido says ludicrous speed mode on. Baltor says that he has faith for 2.5 hours. Fantastic. Niall says, sorry I'm late. It's frankly unacceptable, Niall. We'll expect better attendance next fortnight. But we'll forgive you just this once. Seth said, I mean, if it's a film-scaled model, shouldn't you get movie reference pictures so you can accurately paint which brick brown and which one not? I could do that, but believe it or not, I'm actually not that insane. I'm a little... Painting, you can get away with so much. Building is a lot more... has to be perfect. You can do a lot with painting. I saw... pretty sure some historic players do that, says Ido. Maybe. I He says, I saw today a model of Saint Mère Église, the church, which was like a model being used in a historical game, and the paint job was almost photorealistic. That sounds really cool. Oh, turn the music down, says Dirk. Okie dokie, I can do that. Music, where's music? There we go. Hopefully that helps, Dirk. Let me know in the chat as well, so that when I get down to the bottom, I can check if that music level's okay. Yeah, it's always a bit of a tricky balancing it when I'm like moving away from the mic as well. So that's the secret to speed. You paint with your both brush and hair. Yeah, my hair gets in the way all the time when I'm painting. It's so annoying. Maddie says, I can't imagine painting that level of realistic detail. Yeah, it is a bit. It's a pretty intimidating model, but it is just stone. You can make stone look pretty sweet with some pretty simple techniques, which we'll dive into today. All right, now everyone's chatting about bolt action. Seth said, I just started painting again and starting again with contrast paints and the whole get an army done in a day concept. And he said, yeah, if your heartbeat isn't throwing your brush all over the place. Yeah, the contrast paints, like, they are quick, but they do still take good brush control, so sometimes they're not. But anyway, it's we'll see. They're still useful. I still really like them. Mark says, can't believe he's giving this away to one lucky Patreon. What a good bloke. Mark, I'm going to bar you from the chat if you keep up with that nonsense, okay? This is your first official warning. I won't let you be my doubles partner in Sydney later in the year. We got such a cool list planned for our doubles. It's going to be sick. Custom Legendary Legion. Going to be fantastic. Dirk says, I bet it will not be finished tonight, but please convince me that I'm wrong. Look how fast I smashed that brown layer, guys. Have no fear. Have no fear. People complaining about bolt action models. I think it was Chris. Yeah, the painting the webbing on them is a little bit depressing. All right, cool. Oliver Haywood has joined us. He says, "Hey guys, I'm late to the stream, but look forward to de-stressing as Amon Sul is really coming together." I keep calling it Amon Hen. I've been playing too many Amon Hen games lately. Marky Tribe says, I'll behave. Yeah, good. That's what I thought. You better behave. There's golf games on the line here. There might be a bit of paint drying waiting time, says Mason. We should be pretty good. We should be pretty good. The only time that's really going to hurt us is while we wait for the wash to dry, and I'm going to do that as the last thing before I'm setting up for the battle reports. So hopefully that waiting time won't be too bad, and I'll just, like, suck away a lot of the moisture, and we might be playing on, like, a half-wet model. But that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's swing the mic back over. Let me know how you guys feel about the level of music volume and my voice and that sort of thing. Now I'm over here. We're going to dive into this dark grey. So we're doing the exact same thing. And we're just smashing this dark grey down everywhere. The technique with which that you should smash the grey down is the same sort of technique that you guys should be smashing the subscribe button. If, you know, that kind of technique is what you're looking for here with your brush. Is that subtle enough? Alright, I'm going to pick in a few on this inner side. Yeah, anytime you can wrap the grey around or the colour around bricks so that you see the same brick being painted, the same colour on multiple sides, really helps sell the whole effect of the mottled grey. Get a few more of these steps, some different colours. Break up this grey here. It can be tricky to sort of like lose track of what you've painted, where you're working on. But at the end of the day, randomness is like not a bad thing. So if you do put down too much of one colour in one area and then like completely omit it from another part of the model, that's fine. Maybe the stones just didn't have that hue, you know. Cool, that's looking pretty good. Let's pick out some of these archway stones here. These look pretty significant. zip round to the other side and hit that as well. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the big archway on the inside there, which is that one. Give that statue a little hit too. That cracked piece. Hit that stair and that stair. Might even put another block in there. Oh, there's some stairs in here too. Didn't hit that with much brown. Okay, so that's that little region done. Let's move on to the next. We'll hit this broader section. Pick out a few extra little bricks here. Like, you can see how quick I'm moving. It's not a precise process. It's as rough and random as nature is. That's kind of the key. One of my cats is asking to come in. I'm on stream, you can't come in. Oh, this is killer on the back, I have to say. Oh, let's try and sit down with a straight back for a bit. So we need a little bit more here. Some of these beautiful little archways look really nice. So if we just sort of put a few splodges here and there to hint at them being a different colour, that'll do the job for us, and then the wash will really make them sing. It's these really big bricks where we can sell the effect of the like different hues by obviously making them subtly different, and then your eye just sort of assumes that it's happening to the entire rock surface. I'm gonna pick out this archway from the underneath as well, which might be tricky. There we go. Nice. Get a bit of a mix. A bit of grey up on the top of that little archway. Have I done one of those? No, I haven't. Let's do that. And then here, this section at the back. Cool. Got some more grey here. And some of these little archways. Cool. Put a little bit on this top section to create some extra colour. Pick that out as well. Why is there a hair glued in there? I don't know if it's mine or if it's cat hair. So as you can see, I'm basically not touching these rocks because they're going to be a separate paint job. I think I'll darken them with a dark blue-grey, but we'll get to them later. Maybe. Who knows? What else? Let's pick out these bricks here. I'm just going to get that done. It's an easy one. And all the stairs, I kind of need to do like a stair focused pass here because I've been neglecting the stairs as I spun around on my rotations. Get a bit of that different hue into the stairwells. Oh, it's starting to look really good. I like this kind of, it's almost got like a greeny grey actually. It sort of feels like a, this kind of grey feels a bit like storm vermin fur, which doesn't look like it until it dries, but when it does dry, it goes a little storm vermin-y. It's quite a nice grey, especially for stone. Having green in stone is really important. Really makes it read well. I'm gonna hit this big one here. Obviously it joins with our other big one. And it's actually all meant to be like one piece of stone all the way around, I think, so we'll hit that with both. There we go. That's there. Cool! Any other areas we need a little bit more grey? Let's put a little bit up in there. On the archways. And I think that's pretty good. Cool, let's move into our lighter grey. Smashing this. Josh says the wash layer on this is going to take hours to dry. It will be like a pool. Should get Arwen to do the fight at the Bruinen instead. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a problem, hey. We'll see what happens. Because it's not going to dry, so we will be playing on a half-wet model, but that's fine. I could bust out my heat gun, but you got to be really careful. You got to be really careful about heat gunning resin, because I obviously don't want to make it melt or warp, or so it's a scary road to go down. Let's go backwards. Let's mix it up. We're going to grab this lighter grey. And I'm going to pick out some of these floor stones. Create that sort of lighter pop on a few of these stones, which is nice because it gives us a really clear indication of how the three colours are working together. The brown, the light grey, and the medium grey. And then the sort of slightly different hued medium grey of the base coat. Looks quite good. It's almost like I've done this before and it was my intention for it to look alright. It's almost like I just painted 5 bloody Minas Tirith walls with this scheme. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll work our way out from the middle now. I'll do all the rings, all the stairwells. Focus on getting a few of these steps really obviously a lighter stone. So just an interesting question for everyone in the chat is, you know, this project has been going on across 2 weeks. Do you guys prefer like bigger terrain projects on these streams that go across multiple weeks, or do you prefer like, you know, the smaller, more manageable stuff? Obviously with the miniatures, you know, we get, you know, those models painted in that stream because you get to see the finished product. Or do you enjoy the journey of seeing things progress over a couple of weeks? Because obviously with this Minas Tirith build that we're working on, what I'm thinking of doing is either on some of these streams or some additional streams, I'm going to work on the Minas Tirith Gate live on stream, which is a fairly significant project in terms of size, and it's going to take a long time. And so I thought I might sort of chip away on that, or have some build with me's on stream and invite some other people to come and join us on the stream and chat and just talk while we work. And then eventually I'll cut that stream footage all up into the tutorial when I finish the gate, so I imagine it'll take me some months to build the actual gate for Minas Tirith. So would that be interesting to people tuning in and sort of watching a stream where a project is unfolding live at like a normal operational speed as opposed to like a rushed tutorial speed? And then yeah, I guess it's just another way to have like a kind of chatting stream. But you know, having something to work on. We'll get Steve and Damien to come on or something and check out with the GBHL lads, or maybe some of the Kiwis. Anyone who wants to come on and have a yarn while I chip away at my damn Minas Tirith gate. Alright, so I'm just being a little bit random now with this grey and just chucking it anywhere really. I've lost my methodical approach after 2 steps, but also this is the third layer now, so I can kind of just do it a lot by eye and be like, alright, there's that section there is too uniform, I need to break that up. Put in some lighter greys here, some lighter greys there. Let's work on this one. That needs a little light grey. It's very subtle, this layer, the difference between this light grey and the prime. And it's actually going to be our first dry brush layer, which we'll see soon enough. But we want a few pure layers of it as well. But it's definitely not applied as heavily as the first two. Jeez, we're getting there, we're getting there. But you can see how it starts to look really contrasty. Just having all these like mottled colours. Thanks for watching, Ido. We'll see you next time, dude. So it starts to feel a bit like kind of like weird and it doesn't look very natural right now because it's all these really stark colours, but they will blend. Let's get this little guy down here. Fantastic. What else do we want? Stone. I haven't put any brighter colours in here. Let's get a bit more. It's looking pretty good. Where needs brighter stone? That piece doesn't have any. Let's chuck some on here. Let's make this a really brighter grey. This particular band. And then maybe there's not enough variation down there. Subtle as it is, it just really makes it everything pop. Been impressed with these. I don't know. I mean, the paints are not that good, but the model is just really, really nice for taking paint. And that's the sculpt, obviously, but that's also the primer. That's why this primer is so good. Really love it. Really love it. Okay, that is probably the majority of the undertoning down. I'm going to try and lift this up so I can actually just have a little proper bird's eye view for a sec. So I don't know what this looks like on live. Probably fairly average. What I might do is actually stop down a bit. That's pretty bright. And I'm just going to see it, you know, at on a sort of flatter level just for a bit. With this lighter colour, you need to be careful you're not putting too much obvious brush stroking down. Love this, look at that New Line logo. I'll have to flock over that. Maybe I shouldn't. Limited edition. Authentic. We'll brighten that up. I think we're there with that. Oh, actually, that inside wall. That's what I haven't done. Maybe that one was, but this one, a few of these pieces can be. Some more paint. Cool. Exciting stuff. So that is roughly what we're looking at the moment. Very mottled, very obvious kind of stark differences between all of the tones. And now what we do is we move into our blending layers. So let me just grab some more stuff. So this is essentially, I'm going to swing on over, have a little chat. This is essentially just a huge dry brushing pass. Where we blend all of the layers together by dry brushing across all of those different hues that we've individually picked out, and that blends everything together. And those undertones that we've been putting down get some. Oh, Shawnee's just made an awesome little suggestion. We'll come back to that. Weathering powders. That's what we'll talk about. We do a big, beautiful dry brush, which blends all the individual undertones that we've put down and sort of leaves them in the recesses, but creates the mid-tones and the top tones of the stonework that sort of give a beautiful harmony to the overall board. We've got, Shawnee says you should get some burn marks on Amon Sul. Absolutely. That would be really cool to do with some weathering powders. The way I usually apply burns, though, is that I paint the entire thing as if it's not burned and then make it look burned. I don't have any Forge or weathering powders to hand, though, but that would be very, very cool to do. Glenn Corbet says, wonder what a non-trash Weathertop would look like. I saw a model of one, or maybe an artwork, I think. Someone had built one. Looked very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Seth says, I kind of like this null oil stuff. Miss a deep dark area in a corner you can't get your brush into? Whip out that old null oil. Yeah, dude, all the time. Especially when you're priming the model grey and painting onto it. Just get some null oil in there to put some shade in there. All right, people are replying to my question. Let's yeah, let's do that. Okay, Dirk says the music is better. Good, good, good. Maddie says, I like the mix between big projects and little ones. Both is good. A mix as well. I like the overtime stream, says Oliver. The journey is certainly best, but for a stream I do prefer something within 4 hours, says Renga. Me too, says Mato. Shawnee says, a good mix of both. Love to see the single model that's done in a stream, but also enjoying the Amon Sul journey. Yeah, cool. Okay, so it looks like everyone's enjoying a bit of a mix, which is basically what I'll always do. So that's good. That's good. Josh said, I would probably watch you paint your house, dude. I'm here for the banter. Fair. Cool, cool. Aaron says, I don't think it will take too long to build the gate. Are you using that 3D render for reference? Yeah, I actually did my full design of the gate based off film stills and photos of the sets and things that I dug up from the archives, and then found that 3D model. So I've actually done the full design already. It's just a lot of freaking carving. It's so massive. The gate itself, well, the gatehouse structure, including the gate and the gatehouse towers, is over 1 meter wide. Like, it's a lot of foam. Each tower is like 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. Like, it's pretty huge, pretty huge. So it's gonna take a long time to do, but that's okay. That's okay. It's gonna be good. Yeah, big time. Alright, cool. So, let's move into our blending layer. So this is essentially where we grab that same grey we just used, that light grey, and we're going to dry brush the entire model. So we wanted to really focus on dry brushing the brown as well. Let me switch to live. We'll just go out a bit now, I think. Whoops, that's in. We're going to really focus on dry brushing well, all of it, but particularly the brown undertones, which you'll see in a sec, to really help them blend and push the brown into the recesses, rather than it being sort of so strikingly obvious. And then you'll see it all start to really come together. And then we'll do the same thing again with the white, with like a white paint, just to create some additional accents. Oops, sorry if that was super quiet all of a sudden. Must have knocked it with my thumb. Oh, that happens. Look at this, guys. Look who just poured liquid paint on their beautiful Weathertop model. It's okay, we haven't washed it yet, so it's fine. Let's try and remove this paint without spreading it further. Didn't I just talk about how I wouldn't open my paints near the model? Ugh. Fruit tingles, man. That is annoying. Alright, let's get in there and fix all that up. Look at that, it's beautifully blended. Classic Lockie. At least it didn't land in a really awkward area, like all over these crazy details or anything. It just landed in a flat, very easy to clean area. Oh! Excellent form, Lockie. So what we're going to do is load up our brush here, and then take most of it off, just like a normal dry brush. And, I mean, we're almost over brushing at this stage. Now, working out where you've painted this can be tricky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint all of the top stuff first. And you'll see how it just makes the brown and the darker grey sort of melt into the grey structure. But they're still there. They're just a lot subtler. Really picks up all the raised detail as well. Obviously, we were just base coating before. So everything was kind of getting painted. But there's so much beautiful hard edges on this model that the raised detail, the dry brushing just loves, 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 loves. Look at that. That is just looking so good. Alright, let's pick a place and we'll stick there. Let's go with this guy. I'm going to dry brush pretty heavily over all that stone, especially the brown. Push the brown deeper in. And even if it still looks a little stark, it will get all melted back by the wash. Focus on these archways now. See if I can lift that up for you guys so that you can get an idea. And even the areas that are grey, they're still getting a highlight. It's just a lot more subtle than the, you know, the browns and the dark blue greys. But that's why we have the white layer to kind of accent them and give them some extra highlights. And it's quite fun because, like, after a while you sort of go, I just spent all this time picking out this stone and now I can barely see it because it all just looks like one shade of grey again. But then when you put the wash down and it all kind of comes together, it looks quite good. I'm actually having to sort of paint this holding it now, so that I can see where I've dry brushed and where I haven't, which may mean it's easier for you guys to see as well. So I'm very much, I wouldn't call this dry brushing, I would call this over brushing. But it's a form of dry brushing, it's just, you know, pretty vigorous. Let's, the region where we'll really see it is this, here in the middle. So it's important that we don't have too much paint on these flatter surfaces. So see how the browns are getting sort of pushed back into the scheme, and that brown is just becoming the mid-tone. Oh, there's a bit of flash. The brown is just becoming the not even the mid-tone, the shadows as they're getting blended. And it's all becoming a little bit more harmonious. And you can build this up in layers too. If you're not happy with it, you can just keep on layering the dry brushing on to make it darker and darker. And push the, or stronger and stronger, I suppose is a better word, and push the undertones deeper and deeper. So on these flat tiles, I really want the undertone to be pretty subtle. I don't want it to be super obvious. I think we're getting there now. I just a little more. They're just still a little bit too noticeable for me. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, we're getting there now. That's good. See how subtle that looks now compared to what it looked like before? Here's an example of the undry brush brown, and then there's the brown that has been dry brushed. You can see it looks pretty significantly different. Joshy says the Minas Tirith ruins, but with this darker grey scheme, would look like Arnor ruins. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. We, Joshy and I are doing a War in the North playthrough at the moment on the gaming live stream side of things. And man, I forgot how great that game was for like level design in terms of like the buildings and stuff, the architecture. So much cool stuff in that game. Just in general, I forgot how awesome that game was. I mean, I've played it a fair bit, but I don't know, it's been ages. Really enjoying. Couldn't do the stream this weekend because I was so busy trying to get that most recent Minas Tirith painting video done. That was a nightmare, that one. And it's not finished. I had to split it into a part 1 and a part 2, and I'll release part 2 on Wednesday. Hopefully Wednesday. I always say that. Whenever I promise a video to come out on Wednesday, it's inevitably Friday. Like I did this week. I was like, should be out on Wednesday. It was out on Saturday night. So I try not to promise days. I was so sure. I was like, oh, this time it'll definitely be Wednesday, so that'll be fine. What a laugh. Blend, blend, blend. This is looking good. There's another big section that hasn't been blended. It's quite funny because basically I'm returning this model to how, like, it just looks more and more like what it looked like when it was primed, when you look at it just quickly, but all the subtlety is there now. But it's just funny because it sort of looks like, you know, after 2 hours it's like, so what have you been doing? All I see is a tiny bit of recessed shading. Okay, so let's have a spin and let's look. That's looking pretty good. Well, that could do with a little bit more. Sorry if this angle's terrible for you, but I need to see. Yeah, that needs shading. I think I've not done this guy at all. So let's do that. Yeah, I'll zoom out, so then it's at least you can see a little bit of what I'm doing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Rotate. That's pretty good, but again, probably just needs to be pushed a little deeper. This is a really good example, actually, of even the grey bits that have been primed and the other grey colours all of a sudden just have so much more interest because they're not just straight dry brush. They've got all these mottled colours. That looks really nice. I'll rotate that. Oh, here's a whole wall section I haven't dry brushed. Looking good, looking good. Another section that's been missed. That's been heavily dry brushed. That's fine there. Oh, yep, in there, underneath the archway. Probably dry brush with a little too much paint on the brush, but that's okay. The wash will save us. That one's looking pretty good. Oh, in there, maybe a little more. A little more here, but this is looking pretty good. I think we've done a full circle now, haven't we? Yes, we have. Okay. That there. I'm just going to check all the insides now. So I was checking the outsides before. That is looking pretty good. So now we repeat the exact same process, but using a white paint. And essentially the aim of that is to create an additional highlight that lightens up the greys. I'll grab my white. And this just gives an extra kick, and we can choose to really focus like on the top of the model as if we're kind of mimicking the sunlight, that, like, you know, kind of beaming down on the top of the hillside. It should be pretty cool. Let's jump in for chat while we let that dry for a sec. Seth says, wow, the gatehouse is really big. Would be a game in and of itself. Yeah, basically we're hoping to do the whole... I'm hoping with that Minas Tirith board that we'll be building, I don't know, I want to say at least maybe 5 meters of wall. I think there's been some confusion with viewers by me using the term full-scale Minas Tirith build. I think people are thinking that I'm building the entire city, which is nuts, because that would be 7 meters high by about 6 meters in diameter of the circle. But by full scale, I mean that every piece that we build is the appropriate size in relation to 28mm models. Often when you see people build Minas Tirith, it's like scaled down, it's more small than it should be. So for instance, when I'm building the gatehouse, it's 1 meter wide, whereas most people build a gatehouse that's about 30 centimeters wide and then walls that are like 15 centimeters high. My walls are huge. They're like 30 centimeters high. So that's what I mean by full-scale Minas Tirith, but I'm going to build as much of it as I can, and obviously it's not just me, it's the whole community coming together. So what we're aiming for this first event in January is to build a lot of the outer ring wall on the lower level, and then all of the buildings inside that, and then probably like the second level as well, or at least part of the second level to interact with besieging, because I want the second gate, and I want some of the battlements of the second level so we can have more siege towers mounted there, and then if we can, we'll have like some little sections of the third and fourth level with siege towers so that the Nazguls can fly in on their fell beasts and absolutely wreck those. Yeah. Samuel Dare has joined us. He says, are you going to build a wall and make Mordor pay for it? And he also says another comment up ahead. He says, morning. I think it was... Where did it go? I saw it, but it's gone. Did you remove it? Oh, no, there it is. He says, I hate Rohan, don't hate me. Now, I think that might be Sam, who I know, who says this a lot on our Queensland page. Samuel Dare, if you're not the same Sam that I'm thinking of, my apologies, but you have a kindred spirit in my local part of the world. He likes to stir up trouble amongst us Aelingus. It is, I knew it. I recognize your language anywhere. Well, morning, dude. What's the weather like in Ballina down today? Yeah, cool. So it is going to be huge, but it's not going to be the full city. That would be 7 meters high by like 6 meters wide at the base. Or 5.5 or something. I haven't worked out the full diameter because I've got to work out the curve of the circle when we start bringing curve into our walls. Alright, let's jump into the final highlight. And then we're getting close to wash, guys. How are we tracking? We started just over an hour ago. You guys are screwed. Everyone who was predicting I wouldn't finish. I'm so going to finish this. Sam says it's rainy down in Ballina. Perfect for painting. Perfect weather for painting. Josh says, well, I'm off to bed. Have fun. Thanks for joining us, dude. We'll see you soon. Sam says, I don't really hate Rohan. See, I know that. I know you don't really care. I know you're just stirring up nonsense. But there are several people on our page who think you're serious. It's quite fun. We do like a good bit of memes. All right, let's jump into the white layer. So here we go. Here's my my white. I'm gonna get a new brush for this because I'd like this highlight to be pretty clean, so that we do get some nice highlights. Straight away, you can see I'm gonna hit the top with big focus. It is a white paint, but it always blends with the mix because the translucency of the paint, and creates a nice kind of lighter grey highlight. And you'll look at this and you might think, oh, geez, that's a pretty stark highlight. It's not. When it dries and once it's been washed, it'll push right back. So we want a good focus of this bright color on the top of the model, because of course the sun during the day anyway, or the moonlight, whatever our light source is, would be beaming down on anything that's directly above. So we're going to do everything that's top down first, and then what we'll do is we'll accent specific parts of the horizontal surfaces that we want to be lightened. So anything that's top down is getting a good old healthy coat of this. Using the exact same technique where we're just dry brushing this on. I suppose I've got to pick out this. I still got to pick out the stones, which in hindsight I probably should have done in the base coat layer because it's just the same dry brushing. That's fine. I don't realise it cost us. More of that light grey in there. See if I can get a bit of highlight on this central region. It's just quite funny, like how dry brushing with white paint always turns grey. It's just by the nature of the style of pigments and stuff. It's always so light. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Let's start to work on some of our vertical surfaces. Somewhere where you guys can see. Alright. good. Load up a little bit more. Take it all off on the paper towel. And you can see here, those sort of blander grey layers, they really get a kick from this, of course, because this is like sort of their really focused highlight stage. Looks quite good. Just so much detail in these models, I can't get over it. It's a real joy to dry brush these after dry brushing, you know, my stone, which looks alright. But, I mean, all of this would have just been carved from foam as well. It's just been sort of a bit more painstakingly carved than my stuff has. So here we go, here's a great example. All these light greys that look a bit bland on this level. We put down this final lighter dry brush and all of a sudden they've got a hell of a lot more detail. Oh, there's a lot of detail in there that needs some love. I know it's the underside. There's a lot of detail in there that needs a bit of love. Oh, man, this thing is heavy! Constantly lifting this up is wrecking my back. I'm like holding it at a weird angle. Oh, well, sorry. Sorry, Lockie's retarded. I knocked the microphone with my arm. Sorry, dudes. Don't worry, I was just gabbing on about not much all that interesting. Alright, so just putting down this final bright white. The main takeaway from this, in case you guys didn't hear me off mic, is that we focus heavily on the top section, and so that there's a nice coverage of the brighter highlight, as if our light source, like the moon or the sun, is streaming down on top. And then on these side regions, we just put down our highlight sort of in focused regions where the greys need a lift. Because all of the browns are looking pretty cool, they've got their lightness already, but our grey layers probably need a little bit more detail, a little bit more emphasis on that raised detail. And don't be alarmed if it looks too bright, because of course it's all getting washed, so it is all going to get pushed back pretty seriously. That's looking pretty good. Just a few more sort of key spots to go, I think. Particularly, it's quite easy to miss stuff on the inside of the ring. Darren says, Lockie, we need a button on the keypad to send you a mild electric shock every time you get too far from the mic or your battery dies. How useful would that be? How good would that be? Man, that'd be awesome. Or just like someone, well, yeah, usually I get, like, if Larissa's watching, she just texts me. Sam says I need to do some weight training for these heavy terrain pieces and to flip tables easier. Also, I would just note, Joshua Summers, he said, "Oh, good night, everybody. Good night. I'm going to bed now." And he just logged into the Elder Scrolls Online on Steam, so I don't think he was telling the truth. Oh, ditching me for Elder Scrolls. He's probably researching his latest video. He's got some painting tutorials coming out, actually. Where he's working on some Elder Scrolls stuff, which will be exciting to see. So it's quite easy to miss a few regions on the inside of these archways and things. So I'm just going to do a focus pass on that, which might not be the best viewing, as you see my head getting in and around it all, but I just want to make sure that I have got enough raised detail sort of picked out. The statues as well, give the statues a good once over with this bright dry brush. Ugh. Okay, alright, I think that's done. Let's put those dry brushing brushes to the side, and while I remember, we're quickly going to pick out these stones. To give them a point of difference, I'm going to make them like a shade darker. I'm going to make them, oh my god, wow, this paint is hard to open, a really heavy blue-grey. So we're going like this for these guys. We will dry brush it up, of course, but this is just to establish a significant point of difference compared to the other stone. Or at least that's the intent. It doesn't actually look... Oh, sick! Ripping my Forge World model apart. Good effort there, Lockie. Oh, this one was such a pain to get in. I had to fix this last night because I didn't glue it properly enough on stream. There we go. That's going to need to be fixed again later on. The illusion is broken. You all thought I did such a good job with assembly. So yeah, pushing these rocks a shade darker with a pretty solid coat of this heavy blue-grey, and then we'll that'll get washed as well, of course. So yeah, I mean, actually, it's probably better that I actually did the dry brushing first, because I don't want the dry brushing on this yet, or as extensively. This will get washed first, and then washed with a brown wash, probably. Like, you know, an Agrex Earthshade kind of blend would go on these, just to keep making them look really different. And you also want them to sort of melt into the background. You don't want them to be as exciting as the stonework. So having a little bit less detail picked out on them is a good thing. A few more stones here. Yeah, you can really start to see that blue come in on these and make them look just a bit different, so that not everything looks the same. Sometimes that can be a challenge with big models like this, where it's just heaps and heaps of stone. It's like getting enough interest in the model itself to make it visually interesting. Nice, nice, nice. Looking very good. Alright, now what we're going to do is hit the sort of rocky area with a darker brown, like the gravel and stuff around the sides, and then blend it with that blue-grey. So we'll just go for a burnt umber, just a dark brown. Nothing super exciting. Oh wow, this paint might be a bit far gone actually. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's okay. Stop pushing on that piece of the model, Lucky. This is the danger with this big boy. Alright, just putting a little bit of brown in and around. This will all get sort of cemented by the I want to keep it off the walls though. Cemented by the wash, and we can darken it up later as well. But I'm just trying to get a little bit of brown in there. I've got too much grey on my brush. That's not the tone we want. Just getting a little bit of brown in there. And then we will highlight that up, because obviously it's covered in gravel and dust from the debris of these walls collapsing, so it should have a lot of the same grey in that blend as the walls, but we just want it to look a little different. Cool. Alright, that's all those greys done, all those browns done. Now we'll just dry brush over the brown grey with some of our lighter greys. Alright, where's our grey here? Probably should wait for it to dry, but I'm not going to. Just want a little bit grey to blend that in. I don't mind if it's kind of going a bit browny grey, that's fine. We can give this another dry brush later on as well. It just adds like a subtle different toning to it, basically. Kind of wet blending, looks like quite nice. Cool, alright. So, let's grab our other pieces that we glued in before, that we painted up before, rather. Oh, they need to be dry brushed too, whoops. This is a good example, actually, because now you can see, look at the stark difference between the dry brushed and the not dry brushed. It's really quite significant. Let's do our dry brushing on these two pieces and then we're good to go, I think. So we need the darker one first. Chuck them both there so I don't have to move again. Some interesting suggestions on the on the chat. Aaron says, need the old school MSN nudge feature. Yes, that would work. Everyone's saying I should just post my phone number and they can all text me. Love the elbow close-up, says Manny Dishner. Sean Rosado says, I think you can buy those electric shock things at Sexyland. No comment there. No comment there. Alright, so we'll give these a dry brush. Such little faith. Can't believe you guys thought this was going to take me 4 hours. We're smashing it. Smashing it. Far out. Don't throw the resin model. I'm getting paint all over my hands. It's fine. Alright, let's end blend this bad boy all together. Chugga, 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 chugga. Oh, I'm so happy this is finally going to be painted. I've wanted this painted for years. And now the lighter grey. Now I'm doing it while it's all wet. Oh, it's actually meant to be the lighter grey and the white, not the two greys. What am I doing? I remember how my own paint scheme. Really pushing those browns back. That's the main job of this grey layer. So excited for these BATREPs. They're going to be really cool. Alright, that's the greys. We'll do a white pass as well. Which might need to dry, to be honest. So, all of that is going to need a little drying time. Oh, let's swing back to the chat. Glenn says, so is this model the movie set, or is it supposed to be the whole tower in ruin, of course, or is there more? So essentially, this is like the top of the tower, but I mean, but that's basically all that's left of it. So this is the top of the hill, which would be the base of the tower, I guess. So some stairs go down from this tower deeper into the hill itself, but this is kind of all that's left of the actual stone ruin. So this is pretty much everything except a few stairs going down deeper into the hill. Harry says, "Hey mate, just want to say I love your vids and streams and keep them up. They're really relaxing and enjoyable." That's awesome, dude. Thank you for watching. Harinder Singh says the first time he's caught our stream. Love the vids and enjoying painting his urukai. Very cool indeed. Very cool. Let's go and jump on over to the Facebook page and let's see if anyone's got any updates for us on what they're painting. If you're painting anything, make sure you throw some photos in our thread that we've got going on the Facebook page. It's where we can, it gives me a chance to have a look at what you guys are looking at, and if I was organized enough, you guys could see this too, and I could screen cap it, but I haven't worked out how to do that in vMix. I'll work it out for next time, that'd be cool. Aaron's still working on his Numenorians, very cool. Pierre's got his Cave Drake base happening, that looks fantastic. And the Cave Drake's looking cool as well, got some base coats down on that. I saw some big juicy walls. Ooh! Johnny Russell's working on Aomer before, working on the old Aomer and Aowen before the new one comes out. Very cool indeed. And Stan Moore is building his own Weathertop. It looks like this is from Hearst Arts bricks. One of the Hearst Arts molds, I think. Looking very cool indeed. I've done the same myself. I've built a Weathertop from Hearst Arts. It looks absolutely awesome. Lots of really cool stuff. Jimmy Collard's working on Adrax Agatone, which I'm assuming is that a Salamander's character, judging by the green? Some 40k. Ben Galley's got some Arnor ruins using the same stone tutorial that we're painting up. That's fantastic. Lots and lots of goodies coming together. Very cool. Exciting stuff, guys. So, we need... Just leap back to the stream. Hey, there we go. The boys have finally arrived. Apologies for the late arrival, says Damien. Real life got in the way. 2 hours in, I feared I may miss most of it and wouldn't get much hobby time in, but it looks like we're just getting started. Excellent. Oh, you. Top Table Steve says, yo, 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 yo. Looking good, pal. Fell asleep after filling my face with a Sunday roast. Just woke up on the couch. Yeah, so, Damien, we're not just getting started. I know it just looks like a lot of grey, but we've put down a whole lot of beautiful undertones, and we've done some blending dry brushes as well, so our stonework is almost finished now. We're actually very close to putting down a wash and calling this guy done. We've got a little bit of stone, various like detail work that'll go down after that, which we probably won't do on stream, because the wash will take hours to dry. We'll be playing with a wet model, let's face it, but I'll show you what we've done. So this is basically the kind of level that we're at the moment. All the undertones have gone down. That's a bad idea. Shouldn't show him that. That's halfway done. All the undertones have gone down, and then 3 undertones: a dark blue, greeny, earth grey, a brown, and then a lighter pure grey, sort of like Fortress and Codex, or maybe Fortress grey and Storm Vermin Fur. And then once those undertones have been down as pure base coats, picking out all the blocks, I've done a pass of blending over brushes with a lighter grey and then a white to sort of blend it all together. So all the subtle hues of the undertones are there. There's different rocks of different colours, but they're all blended together to still look like one formation of rock and weathering with the blended over brushes. So now we'll just do our last pass on these 2 separate pieces with our final blending white overbrush, again putting most of that on the top to mimic the light source of the sun or the moon, and then we'll just do a little bit of work here on the side blocks as well, particularly focusing on those lighter grey blocks just to give them the highlight that they sort of sorely need, because the brown blocks are so nicely highlighted by the grey. There we go, see how that looks? Yeah, she fits in, and a little bit on this guy. Beautiful, looking good. So he would sit in the middle. I don't know if we'll play with him there. It's just something about, I mean, it looks really cool, but for gameplay, it's a bloody nightmare. You know, just takes up so much of the floor space and the real estate there. We'll have to see how we go. I wouldn't actually mind giving these blue-grey rocks a little bit of work. I think I'll dry brush them after the wash goes down. I'm actually questioning whether we should actually do the wash live on stream. I mean, basically we're just covering the model with a black wash, and then it will be very wet, like for a long time. Which, wonder how much drying time we're gonna have to wait before I could even put a model on the Oh, right. Steve, rather. Damien is groveling now. He says, no, not like that. I meant I hadn't missed the BATREPs. Weathertop looks ace. Well, we've been going for 2 hours and 10 minutes now, and we've got effectively 3 battle reports to get through. I'd really like to put down some wash so you guys can see the whole washing process. Because, yeah, it really makes the stone work just come alive. But it is a very wet and messy step. So I was planning on just playing with the model wet. The other thing that's swaying my opinion is normally when you put down this series of base coats and blends, I don't actually put a wash down for about 6 hours, because I want these layers of paint to fully dry before the wash goes down. Because obviously when you're putting wash down, it's water, it's liquid, and all of this paint is water soluble. So anything that's wet, the wash can sort of wash away. And when you're applying it with brush strokes, you know, you're brushing your wash on so that you're putting it in the right areas, you can brush off the paint underneath if it's not strong enough. So I think what we will do is we won't actually put the wash down. We'll play with it unwashed, and then I can give you guys a little update at the next stream and see the wash. Besides, we've been painting stone now for over an hour. I feel like it might be battle report time. So I'm feeling like that's the best attitude, and it looks like everyone in the stream is in the chat is of the same opinion. So I guess there's nothing for it. It's time to get some battle reports happening. So what I'm going to do now is, you know the other reason why we shouldn't wash the model is because when the wash is down, like, water pours off the model and all around the rim, and I'm going to put this in the middle of my gaming board. It'll leave wash marks everywhere. Yeah, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's, yeah, we don't want to rush a Forge World model, do we? You're absolutely right. Spot on, guys. Thank you for confirming my feelings there. So what I'm going to do is throw you guys back to the holding screen. I'm going to switch the camera around, and we'll go and get set up for 3 massive battle reports. This is going to be insane. Alright, guys, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright guys, here we go. We're ready, we're ready. We've got 3 battle reports coming up. I've got my banana bread. Larissa has leveled up. She's not just bringing me bananas now, she's bringing me banana bread. I've got some water. I'm ready, I'm cooked. We've got our beautiful little Weathertop here in the middle, and we're playing this first scenario on a 4x4 board, and we're starting off with a clash of wills, which is Gandalf the Grey, most masterfully painted by Michael Buchan, standing here in the centre of Weathertop, and he is fighting off a horde of ringwraiths. Well, there's 4 of them to start with. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 starting in the centre of the board. They're 18 inches away from Gandalf, who's in the centre of the board, and then the ringwraith can arrive on at the end of turn 2, based on pretty much wherever the ringwraiths decide. So, guys, let's get calling. Who wants to be playing for Gandalf? Who wants to be on Team Ringwraith? I'm going to come in over here on the chat for a second, and we'll have a little bit of a talk about what is different about this scenario. Now, we're going to be playing the... Oh, yes, also, the Minas Tirith walls are off to the left, because I just can't find anywhere else to put them right now. I'm very constrained on space at the moment. We have got... we have got some interesting little moments here. So, we're going to play with the old rules first. We're going to be... playing with the old rules first. Now... This may not go for long, because this could be the most unbalanced scenario we've ever seen. Gandalf's objective is to get off the board, and the Ringwraith's objective is to stop him. Gandalf is down, he's exhausted. He's been fighting and running through the countryside, so he has 1 less might and 1 less fate. As soon as the Ringwraiths get in place and start trapping him in combat, he's cooked. He's got to get off the board. Weathertop is... a difficult terrain ruin, so 3 inches. Yes, it's only 5 ringwraiths in the scenario, because I think if it was 9, he would be ruined. Oh, we're getting some dear votes for the ringwraiths and Gandalf. Good. Let's have a look. Gandalf has access to a couple of special powers. Magical powers, I believe they're called. So he's got, he's got Glamdring, so he can fight normal, or he can fight with a 2-handed weapon using his staff. He's just escaped Orthanc, 1 less might, 1 less fate. He's still got his free 1 will per turn, and he has Sorcerous Blast, Immobilize, Command, and Terrifying Aura. So, I don't think Terrifying Aura will be that useful in this version, but perhaps in the next version. We'll see. I don't know. We'll ask the Gandalf players what they're thinking, and then the Ringwraiths are basically the same, except their magical powers are so different. They have Transfix, Compel, Drain Courage, and Sap Will. Now, in last installment, last week, we had a chat about how the magical powers have changed. Let's have a quick look at them. A quick little overview of what's different. The big ones that are at play here are Sap Will, which is... any enemy within 12 inches, it's cast on a 4+. When this power takes effect, the victim's willpower is instantly reduced to 0. So, I mean, Gandalf's going to lose all of his will, but his free one, basically straight away, because the Ringwraiths are going to be able to sap that. They all cause Terror. Gandalf could cast Terrifying Aura, but the Ringwraiths are a fairly high courage. But the other big one, the other huge one, is Command Compel. Cast on a 4+. The victim finds to his horror that his limbs now move against his will, possibly propelling him into a combat he would rather avoid. The casting player can immediately move the target model up to half a move as soon as the power takes effect. They can make charges. What can they do? They can do it if they've already moved that turn. They can't move a warrior out of combat. But this move is affected by terrain as usual. Oh, that's interesting. This model is affected by terrain as usual. So if you're being compelled through difficult terrain, you're actually only going to move 1.5 inches. That's very interesting. But here's the big one. A model can be affected by several different command spells within the same turn, moving half its usual distance each time. That is nuts. So the Ringwraiths, as Gandalf's running to the board edge, they can all just be like, compel, 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 and just walk him back. I don't know, it's going to be nuts. Additionally, after the victim suffers all effects of the Transfix spell, limit him in combat and preventing him from making heroic actions or casting spells. it's a tough ask. Let's see how the guys go. So I'm gonna leave this book here because keeping track of what on earth is going on with these new or old spells, I should say. Now, let me know what the volume's like now that I'm over here by the board, and I think we're going to get cracking. Good will always have priority on the first turn, so let's develop some tactics, guys. What are we thinking, Ringwraith players? Ringwraiths have effectively got sort of two main ways to play. They can either go big with like spending their will really freely, or they can kind of throw little one-drop spells, rolling one will at a time to try and keep just peppering Gandalf with spells and forcing him to maybe make resist dice on lucky rolls. And then for the Gandalf players, Gandalf has two options. Do you stay inside Weathertop, where the compels have less effect because of the difficult terrain, and you can probably find a way to not be fighting as many of them, because you can get in between a couple of pillars and maybe only fight one or two or three of them at once? Or do you just run? Do you just sprint off towards a board edge, hoping that you'll only have to deal with one Ringwraith and the Witch King when he inevitably comes on? So, what are your thoughts there, players? Let's jump into the first turn of priority. The Ringwraiths are 18 inches from Gandalf, and Gandalf has to get off any of the board edges. This is going to be a very, very tricky fight. Ghosty Boys should drain Gandalf as soon as possible. Yes, absolutely. Big G needs to run. Fly, you fools. Flood Gandalf with spells. Fly, you fools. Okay, Gandalf's running hard. So priority automatically goes to the good side. We're of course going to be using the Glam Dream movement as much as we can, and I reckon let's make a beeline. Where's good for camera? Yeah, we'll make a beeline up the. Well, actually, it's easy. It's harder to get out that way because we've got some solid wall. So I think we'll actually come down the front. So we've got 3 inches to move. 1, 2, 3. Up we go. That's Gandalf's move done. Now he's got magical powers, of course, but he's probably out of range. He's out of range with 12. Gandalf's powers are Sorcerous Blast, Immobilize, Command, and Terrifying Aura. I guess we have the free point of will this turn, so we might as well cast Terrifying Aura. Let's just see if there's range. I think all of the spells are range 12. For the ones that Gandalf has, which is correct. So we might as well cast Terrifying Aura, because we can't use that free will per turn doing anything else. We're going to use, of course, the big Gandalf dice. What other dice would we use? And we need this on a 2+. Things are starting strong. Things are starting strong. We've got a big 3. The Terrifying Aura is cast. Gandalf now causes terror most deliciously. The Ringwraiths, I'm guessing they're just going to start firing on in. This Ringwraith can move 6. He'll be out of range of a spell. This Ringwraith is going to move 6 as well and just start chasing him, taking up the rear. This Ringwraith will cut across, seeing Gandalf's plan. And this Ringwraith can move 6. And I think he's got line of sight to Gandalf. We're going hard. We're going hard, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes... oh, wait, man. I need like a pen and paper. We've got so much will to track. So these wraiths only start with 7. And Sorceress and Sap Will, rather, is cast on a 4, I believe it is. Yeah. So let's spend... How much will has Gandalf got to start with? He's got 6, so we really want to start grinding this down. Let's use 2 will. 2 will to cast Sap Will. Oh, 3 and a 2. A big choke by the first Ringwraith. A big choke. A big choke. Damien says you're going to wish you had that free will point for a resist roll. That was probably more tactically savvy, but Gandalf got away with it. Okay, the Ringwraith's choke. This Wraith is down to 5. Let's jump into priority. Oh, it goes to the Forces of Good, so Gandalf wins it. Now, I believe that this is the turn when the Witch King arrives. The battlefield, starting positions. The Witch King, at the start of the evil player's move phase in the second turn. Okay, so unfortunately, the Witch King will get to arrive after Gandalf makes his decision here, so he's kind of really got to plow forward here. We could have done like a bit of a feint and brought the Witch King on here and then ran away, but no, we're just going to have to go straight up 3 inches. Let's go... We're going to end up fighting probably 3 wraiths to start with. So I think we're actually going to go this way. 3 inches up to here. Now, is it worth casting any spells? I just don't think it is at this point with Gandalf. We've got Terrifying Aura off. We'll save that will for a resist roll. I don't know if... Heroic March doesn't even exist yet, Shawnee, so that's not an option. Yeah, that's all we can do with Gandalf. We'll keep that will for a resist. And now, is it the start or the end? Yes, the start. So the Witch King has to come on. Here he is. He's been watching on from Minas Tirith. Now, I'm going to get that out of the way. Where are you guys thinking the Witch King's going to come on? I reckon we'll sprint him up to the start, probably the closest spot. I'll let you guys choose that while we make the rest of our moves. We're going to do... Ooh... We can't quite get... I'm not sure it's worth risking putting this Wraith in combat, but we could move 6 inches and cast a Compel. Now, I think it's all about the Sap Wills at the moment. So this guy's going to go 6, and he's going to drop a Sap Will straight into Gandalf. 2 dice. This will... No, I'll tell you what, we'll go with a single drop cast with him. So a single dice for this Ring Wraith. He will cast on a 4. Oh, the odds are against him. The odds are so against him. He has rolled a 3. He spent 3 will already. He's failing to Sap Will. Next Ring Wraith's going to move in 6 inches. And he's going to drop... We'll drop 2 dice with this guy. Sap Will Gandalf. Oh, gets it on a big 6. There it is. So this guy's on 5 will. And this guy is on 4. And Gandalf is now facing all of his will disappearing if he does not roll a 6. So he's got his free will. So we'll call that the green dice, and he's got 6 in his store. I mean, really, to guarantee this happening... How many dice are we spending, guys? Because this is a big decision. To guarantee this happening, we need to spend 3. And that will keep 3 will in the store. Or we could gamble and try and keep 4 will in the store. And only spend 2 with the free. But, I mean, it's very... It's a low percentage play that will happen. Oh, dear. Yeah, oh, David's got a good suggestions. Roll 2 dice to resist, roll a 5, and use Might. Of course, he's got Might. Great suggestion. So if we spend... are you including his free one? Are you... how can you see my pajamas? God damn it. I didn't think about that. Yes, I am still wearing pajamas on my bottom half. Here you go. I'll model them for you. That's a great point. We only need to get 5s while Gandalf has got some might. Drop some dice next to the models to track will. That's a fantastic suggestion, which I should have thought of. So this guy's got 5 left, and this guy's got 4 left. That's really good, and it's good for you guys as well. It's a dreadful suggestion, says David. Okay, we're going to spend... Gandalf's going to spend 2 and use the free one. So he's going for 3, and I've just pulled away my dice for someone. So we need a 6 or a 5 with might. Oh, you're kidding! He's rolled a 1 and 2 3s. Gandalf has completely failed. And all will has been sapped. Gandalf is now, oh man. Gandalf is now out of will, except for his free 1 per turn. So that's that over. Damien says, the sigh was bad. It's a dreadful suggestion. Well, apparently, look what happened, Damien. You need the might for escaping, but Eru will make you roll 5s because he hates Gandalf. Okay, well, Gandalf's will is successfully sapped. The Witch King is obviously just going to sprint on at this point. And we're going to go 6 inches with the Wraiths. We'll send this Wraith around the long way. He doesn't need to run through the difficult terrain. And that is his will sapped. Let's jump into priority. It's a big 5. Gandalf keeps the initiative. And I think he's got to try and do some magic here to cut his way out. So I think what we're going to do is Gandalf's going to cast... Oh, he's only got 1 point of will. This is ridiculous. Okay, so if he casts Immobilize on a Wraith, the Wraith won't be able to cast any magical powers. So, let's charge this Wraith. and cast a Mobilize on that one. But then, I mean, the Witch King is going to move 6. Ooh, actually, if Gandalf moves to here, is the Witch King going to be able to draw line of sight? Because if we could get Gandalf somewhere where the Witch King won't be able to see him to cast a spell... Oh, but then there's just so many ring wraiths, they're everywhere. Even that guy will be able to cast a spell. Alright, Gandalf's clearly just got to make a charge. He's not going to be able to cast a spell. He's got to save it for resisting. I know, Damien, I know. So, yeah, let's save it. I was hoping we could get some shenanigans, but it's not going to happen. So, this Wraith has been charged. At least he's not going to be able to cast. And then this Wraith is going to charge in. Now, they do have to take terror checks, and they are at Courage 6. So maybe they'll get unlucky. We did get that terrifying aura off. Let's go the closest Wraith. What's their Courage? Yes, Courage 6. Yeah, so he gets in. He makes a charge. Gandalf's charge. Gandalf's not getting trapped this turn at least. The Witch King will move up 6 inches. And he is going to drop he's going to drop 2 will on a Mobilize. He gets a big 6. A big 6. Gandalf has 1 dice to resist. And he gets a strong 1. So Gandalf is immobilized. 6 inches for this ring wraith. 6 inches for this ring wraith. This scenario is just stupid. Alright, let's jump into the combat phase. The ring wraiths have 1 attack each. Gandalf has only 1 attack, of course. Let's see who gets it. The ring wraiths get it on 5s. Gandalf's only got... he does have 2 points of might. I mean, this won't kill him, I don't think. He's defense 5, they're strength 4, so they need 5s to wound. I think there's no point burning both points of might. He's not trapped. 5s to wound. And just to put icing on the cake, Gandalf takes 2 wounds. Oh, dear. Oh, actually, Tom makes a fantastic point. Wouldn't the terrifying aura be extinguished because Gandalf technically has no will? You're absolutely right, Tom. So Gandalf doesn't even have terrifying aura anymore. So Gandalf takes 2 wounds. Let's spend both his fate points. He fails one of them. I think we'll just let the other one fail as well. So he's down to he's on 2 wounds, no fate, 2 might, no will. Let's jump into priority. There's not much Gandalf can do to come back from this. Gandalf gets priority again with a 4. Now these guys have dropped their will by 1 as well. So I mean that's something. That's something. And the ring wraiths are on the Witch King is on 8 will now. So let's I think Gandalf's just going to charge him again. Maybe he can get lucky and bleed some will points. So the Witch King, he'll make a charge. He's going to cast a Mobilize on the way in. He gets it off on a 4. I think Immobilize is cast on a 4. No, it's cast on a 3, but anyway, he casts it on a 4. So that takes him down to 6 will. Gandalf has 1 dice to resist. He fails to resist a 4, getting a 2, so he is immobilized once again. The 5th and 4th ring wraith are slowly closing in. So Gandalf has a single attack. The ring wraiths have 3. Oh, Gandalf clutches it on a 5. How many might points have the ring wraiths got? The Witch King has 2. The Witch King has 2 might, so he could spend both his might to draw the combat because they're the same fight value and put it to a roll off with resources just around the corner. I don't think that's necessary, so we won't spend the Witch King's might, and Gandalf actually pushes them away. Pushes them away very nicely. They all drop a will point. See, this is alright. You can sort of see how, with a bit of luck on his side, Gandalf might be able to do some damage here. But he has, yeah, no luck so far. So we've got, a couple of ring wraiths on 2 will and 3 will. The Witch King's down to 5 after a couple of big spells. Let's do priority. Gandalf needs this. He gets it with a big 6. So this is important because it means that he can force this ring wraith to be charged, and he can also pin himself in against this piece of rock so that he can't get 4 models on him at least. So, we'll put the Witch King in and we'll put this one in one more time. The Witch King isn't going to cast Immobilize this time. We'll stop damaging their will, and we'll throw a spell down with this guy over here. He's going to spend 2. He gets it off on a 6, which means he has 5 will remaining. Then Gandalf has got 1 dice to resist, and he fails to resist on a 3. So he's immobilized again. Gandalf's only play here. Oh yeah, of course. I'm forgetting that Immobilize is so strong. Gandalf would have been fight 1 in that fight. I still think that it probably wasn't worth the Witch King spending the might. This is absolutely nuts. Alright, 3 Wraiths fighting against Gandalf. Gandalf gets a 4, but the Wraiths get a 6. He is trapped, so he'll be taking double strikes. They're Strength 4, Defense 5. 2 5s and Gandalf will die. Ooh, no wounds. So that's, we'll finish off the normal Wraiths. Whoops. Oh my god, roll the dice on the table, Lucky. Okay, so the normal Wraiths get no wounds, and now the Witch King's strikes get doubled, and these 2 strikes are charged with might. And he gets a 2 and a 5. So that's 1 more wound, but Gandalf survives. Gandalf survives. And this Wraith, most importantly, is down to 1. And this Wraith is down to 2. And the Witch King goes down to 4. Alright. Priority. Can Gandalf kill 1 Ring Wraith? I think that would even be a victory at this point. Oh, it's tied, which means it swings to evil. So we'll make a charge with this Wraith. We'll charge with the Witch King one more time. And this guy will depart. And this Wraith will charge and cast Immobilize. 2 dice. Oh, Snake Eyes! He fails. He fails. And that puts him down to 3. Because he's already cast 1 2-drop as well. Well, in that case, this model is going to cast... We want to kill him this turn. We want to make sure he dies. So I'll spend another 2 will. And he gets a 6. He gets a 6. So Gandalf is immobilized on a 6 currently. The Ring Wraiths are fairly low will at the moment. If Gandalf could stop this would be huge. No, nothing. A 4. Okay, so Gandalf's immobilized. He's trapped. He's got 1 attack. The Wraiths have 3. And he gets a 3. And the Wraiths get 4. I didn't differentiate which one was the Ring Wraith's dice, which is really bad. So we'll say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the Witch King, rolled the 1. So they can't might that up. So their dice is 4 high. Gandalf has rolled a 3 and has 2 might. I think he's got to spend both his might. Because if he doesn't, he's dead. If he doesn't, he's dead. So Gandalf will burn both might just to keep himself alive. Which means even at fight 1, he wins the fight. The Wraiths are pushed back. There is another Wraith taken down to 1. And another Wraith is down to 2. And Gandalf is still alive. Jeez, look how low will the Wraiths are. If Gandalf can get really lucky, this could be interesting. Thanks for joining us, Maito. We'll see you next time. Oh dear. Flowey says slowly stops waving Gandalf's supporters flag. Okay, let's do priority. Gandalf needs to win this so that he can make the charge that he wants to make. He does, he gets the 6. So Gandalf's going to charge the Witch King and this Wraith here. That stops 2 potential spellcasters, and the Witch King's now got the highest will on the board. We're going to throw... We'll throw this Wraith in. He's got 2 will. So that means that he goes down to 1. We've got very limited casting options left. Maybe we stop casting spells. If Gandalf gets lucky here, I mean, I think we actually have to stop casting spells. We're going to run out of combat presence. Maybe I've been a little too free with the Ringwraith will. Yeah, I don't think we're going to cast any spells. Let's keep going. Alright, let's do the combat. So Gandalf's got 1 dice, the Ringwraiths have 2, and the Witch King has 1. I'll borrow that black dice for the Witch King. Ooh, damn. Gandalf loses it. He gets a 3. Can't do anything about that. And the ring wraiths get a 6 high. So he is trapped. 1-5 and Gandalf will fall. There we go. The Witch King gets him. The Witch King gets him. And Gandalf is slain. Failing to escape. Now, who agrees that this scenario is quite possibly ridiculously broken? So what we're going to do is we're going to replay this scenario, but we're going to use the new rules. And we're going to show just how much magic has changed. The important thing here is Gandalf is going to be back to full stats. So he's going to have 3 might and 3 fate. The ring wraiths are going to be as they are, but the spells, oh boy, the spells are going to change. So let's redeploy. We've got our wraiths 18 inches away. Now, players supporting Gandalf, do we want... yeah, he does come back as Gandalf the White. Do we want a... do we want to change in tactics? Do you want to keep sort of sprinting for the edge, or do you want to go hard? I guess the important thing to think about is what has changed. What is different about our Gandalf now that we are in the new edition? We'll keep our ring wraith to the side and throw him up on Minister. Oh, he can watch. He can watch from the hill there. Gather up our dice. Now let's find out what's different about our daddy Gandalf, and we'll grab ourselves, well, not that book. We need these books. So let's whip open Gandalf the Grey. I think he's in Fellowship, isn't he? So he's right up the front. Bill the Pony, Smeagol. Where's Gandalf the Grey? Gandalf the Grey. Okay. So he's got Blinding Light, Terrifying Aura, Immobilize, Command, Protection of the Valor, Strengthen Will, Collapse Rocks, and Sorcerer's Blast. He's Strength 5, of course, when he's striking with Glamdring. Yeah, the big one, of course, is Channeling. Damien has spot on made the right call, which is Channel Terrifying Aura. So, let's have a look at how the spells have changed. And also, Glamdring's an Elven Maid, hand and a half sword. Geez, that's huge. So that means that he's winning fight value tie roll-offs on a 3+. That's very important. He's still only got 1 attack. He also has Heroic Strike, which we might be able to use. Oh, that's true. Got to use Collapse Rocks at least once, says Sean. You're right. We got some. Maybe that's a reason to stay inside Weathertop. Absolutely. Let's have a look at these magical powers and see how they've changed. Magical powers. Where's my glasses? I can't read a thing. All right. So, command. Command is basically the same, except because Transfix has changed, it's not as powerful off the bat, but it does have a channeled version that has a similar effect to Transfix that will affect Gandalf's fight value. Let's talk about Transfix to start with. That's really important. And the big thing is you can't chain compels. You can't chain multiple compels. Let's look at Transfix and Mobilize. So, the normal version, not channeled, which of course is what most of the wraiths can cast, is they can't shoot, cast magical powers, and they may not strike if they win duels, but their fight value isn't affected. Their fight value is not affected, which is huge. Obviously, the wraiths have Black Dart as well, so that could be an option for them, just dropping Strength 9 hits on Gandalf, just trying to wound him. And the other thing that's massive is Sap Will is nowhere near as good as it used to be. So Sap Will, the unchanneled version is that the enemy loses D3 will points instead of all of their will points, and the channel version is D6. Someone said, I can hear the cry of the Nazgul. That's Darren McWilliams. Yes, Nazgul Hazel is having breakfast at the moment in the room next door, so you might hear a few little wails on the wind. What else have we got? Strength and Will. Let's look at Collapse Rocks, because that sounds fun. Collapse Rocks. This power targets one enemy model within range. This power may only be cast on a model that is within a ruined stone or brick building. The target suffers 1 Strength 5 hit, and then the channel version is all models, friend and foe, within 2 inches of the target also suffer 1 Strength 5 hit. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. What's protection of the Valor? Oh. That's huge. This power may target the caster or a single friendly model. The target may not be targeted by enemy magical powers. Okay, so it's a temporary spell, so it blocks magical powers, but it's not exhaustion, so it doesn't stay around forever. Alright, Gandalf supporters, are we staying in the ruin and sort of fighting them off in the ruin before making a beeline for the board edge? Or are we making a run? Are we making a run for the board edge? I think that's the big one. I'm gonna swing over to the chat and make sure I haven't had a look at any, haven't missed anything. Which Seth says, was that crying in the background a soundboard for Gandalf? This is going even worse than it did on our stream, and it went very badly, says Damien. Can definitely say the Wraith ain't gonna be scared of fire now when they take out the hobbits. Yeah, lots of people are hearing Hazel crying, apparently. Poor little monkey. Who's joyous? Yeah, Buckduck says, was a bit one-sided, absolutely. Don't let Witchy have your staff is broken. Yeah, no, we won't do that. We won't let the Witch King use a staff is broken. That would be terrible. Protection of the Valor is so key, says Gandalf. Yeah, I suppose it is good, because if on a turn you're in combat, you know you're going to be fighting. Take the fight to them, fly, you fools. Okay, so you're all still with Team Runaway. I guess what we should do is have a quick look at the Witch King's profile as well, because that's changed too. In terms of, I think he has access to more spells. So I'll have a quick look at the Witch King. Oh, where is he? He's in Mordor, isn't he? Not Angmar. The Witch King of Angmar. So he's still got Drain, Courage, Transfix, Compel. He's got Instill Fear now. Probably not that useful. Staff is broken. We're going to ignore because it's just nuts. And Black Dart and Sap Will. So now here's the question. This is an important one, guys. Do we give the Witch King the Crown of Morgul? Now, there is a lot of debate about this. Because a lot of people say, oh, the Crown of Morgul only represents the crown that he wears in the movies when he wears it to go to war with the War of the Ring. Whereas a lot other people may contest that even in his Twilight form, Frodo perceives him on Weathertop wearing a crown. So, I would say thematically, he should be wearing the crown. But also, we want Gandalf to win, so how about no? So yeah, Damien says, good God, no. Also, apparently I called him Gandalf by accident. He said, you called me Gandalf, best day of my life. Fantastic. Alright, let's stack up these many rulebooks, which I'm going to be referring to as I forget all of the special rules. And let's jump into priority. Gandalf automatically wins. Let's go... I mean, this worked pretty well, this little area here, with a bit of rock and a bit of stuff to fight with. So let's go the same way. We'll go 3 inches. And we've got a free point of will, which I think what we'll do now is we'll drop our channeled Terrifying Aura. So, we're going to spend one of Gandalf's might. Do we roll 2 dice? Do we roll 2 dice? Oh, we need, I'm trying to think, we could just use Gandalf's free one and get the channeled Terrifying Aura off, but if we roll a 1, we've burnt a might point and a will point, or we've burnt a might point for nothing. Larissa says, apologies people if you could hear Hazel in the background, she is learning to use her voice and isn't a fan of breakfast. We'll get her whipped into Hobbit ways soon enough. I think we got to spend 1 will from the store, because if we roll that 1, it's like a 18% chance that we burn a might point. So we're doing it. Ooh, we got it on a 6. Fantastic. So Gandalf now has the channeled version of Terrifying Aura, and let's have a read of what that is. I believe that is they take their courage tests at 3d6 and choose the 2 lowest. Okay. The power targets themselves. While this power is in effect, the target causes terror. So, Gandalf now causes terror. Models wishing to charge the caster whilst this power is in effect must take their courage test on 3d6 and discard the highest dice. So that may actually help. He's moved 3 inches. That is the end of our turn. Let's race in all of our ring race. 6 inches. 6 inches. 6 inches, and that's an opportunity for a spell. I think we were too free with our will points last game. I think we maybe need to... Maybe we... Fortune favors the brave. I didn't listen to any of you, I just did it. Here, we'll do it again. A 2! There you go. I got it on a 2. So, we've got... Yeah, I feel like we were too fast and loose with our will points, or I was, because, you know, I did it all. It's all me, I'm sorry. So, if we should start casting a few 1-drops, you know, just chucking 1 will here and there to get lucky and that's the best way to play big Ringwraith armies, is to cast lots of little 1-drops so that when the spells land and you get a lucky run of odds, it chews up enemy will. Should we cast any sap will? Let's have a look at sap will. The normal wraiths only have that on, I think, a 4+. It might even be a 5+ for normal wraiths. I think it is, which is what I meant to say. Ringwraith. Sap will is a 5+ to get rid of D3 will on the resist. I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll start throwing around. Some will. So let's chuck a single spell. Oh, what a clutch play by the Ringwraith. Sap will goes off on a 6. Gandalf now has to either lose D3 will or resist. Now, this is a tricky question for Gandalf, because to roll a 6 to get the resist, he needs to spend really 3 dice to make it happen, and the worst effect that this could have is sapping 3 will. Shoot, this is very bad. Worst case scenario, he fails, loses all that will, and then loses D3 will. I think he just has to take the will. So how many? He's losing D3, and the Ringwraith rolls a 3, so Gandalf loses 2 will and goes down to 4. Good play by the Ringwraith there. Alright, priority for turn number 2. Ideally, Gandalf would like to lose this priority, so the Witch King is forced to come on first. Gandalf does lose. He does. So at the start of the move, the Witch King's got to come on. Obviously, he's going to choose to come on where Gandalf currently is closest. What do I do with the Witch King? There he is. Now, guys, Gandalf players, this feels like an opportunity for like a pivot, for a change-up. I think Gandalf could just run the other way now. What do you guys reckon? Maybe to try and stop that from happening, we use some of these other wraiths to cast a compel to stop Gandalf from coming away. That's probably a solid enough plan. Let's keep going with our super successful pastor. He's moved 6 inches and now has great line of sight to Gandalf. So he's got an option to cast. Or... yes, the normal wraiths cast Compel on a 5, so he's the main get there. I think we'll just go straight up with this wraith for the time being. This guy's going to just move straight as well, just to keep ourselves guarded against where they might advance. Yes, yeah, we can always get the natural 6 on resist as well, which is useful, but rare. So we shouldn't be kind of hoping for it. That's kind of the way I like to play that. I treat it like a surprise bonus, rather than something I hope for. If Gandalf runs, he's going to be getting away from the Witch King. And the Witch King's a big player here with might and with will. So I think this guy's got to drop a couple of dice on a Compel to try and at least make Gandalf resist. But I tell you what we'll do is we'll move this guy here first. This Ringwraith's going to go here so that he can see Gandalf. And he's going to cast another Sap Will. He's going to drop Sap Will on 2 dice to try and ruin Gandalf's life a bit more to stop this Compel from going off. Ooh, he fails. He gets 4s. So that's 2 of his will gone. It was a worthwhile shot though. And this guy's now going to drop Compel. And I believe he cast Compel on a 5 as well. No! Compel's a 4 for a normal Ringwraith. So this is an important one, because this is all about getting Gandalf where we want him to be. Oh, dear me, the Ringwraiths have totally choked. So he rolls a 3 and a 1. Well, that is big for Gandalf, and that drops that Wraith down to 4. Gandalf now has the power to say, you know what, guys? See you later. I'm going to run from that ring wraith and I'm going to say, no thanks, Witch King. 6 inches. 6 inches. Run away, run away, run away. So, Gandalf is falling back. He's got an opportunity to cast some magic now. Let's have a look at and refresh ourselves of his new spells. We've got Blinding Light, Terrifying Aura, Command, Protection of the Valor. I mean, we could go for a Collapse Rocks. He doesn't. I mean, he's not. He needs to spend his free will, right? So, because he's not going to have to resist now, because the Ringwraith turn is over. So it might be useful to try and get rid of someone, or maybe we just throw a Compel and try and run one of these guys away. So let's go for. I think Gandalf might just throw a Compel and try and run one of these guys back. So he's got a couple of targets, just to I guess delay the range of the casting, which is going to be the big one. So I think we'll just go for this injured guy and we'll just throw the free one on a Compel. Gandalf needs that on a. I think it's a 4. He gets command on a 4. So let's see if Gandalf can single shot a 4. He gets a 6. He gets a 6, which will send this Ringwraith back 3 inches if he chooses to resist. I don't think there's any point in him resisting because, yeah, the odds of rolling that 6, very low indeed. So Gandalf buys himself a couple of inches on the pursuit there, and let's dive into combat. Oh, that's right. I should be using Sorcerous Blast. That's much better now. Very interesting. Yeah, good point, Damien. We'll start doing a bit of Sorcerous Blast. Priority. It goes to the Ringwraiths. Probably not what Gandalf wanted there. So this Ringwraith is going to move 3 inches through the ruin. He gets in. We have one Wraith inside Weathertop, and he is going to throw another Sap Will on Gandalf. Gandalf is still on 4 Will currently. I think he's just going to... Ooh, what do we do? Because we're not going to have any support. We want to nuke Gandalf's magic ability. That's really important. So yeah, I think we'll throw a single drop Sap Will because this guy's in here. He's only got 5 Will. So let's go for a Sap Will, which I think is a 5 for them. Yeah, he fails on a 4, so he just drops down to 4 Will. That's alright, we'll do the exact same thing with him. 3 inches. Whoop. Just going to sit him up there so it's a bit safer. He's going to do the same thing. Sap Will. Another 4. He's down to 6. This Wraith here is going to move 4 inches to there and then 1 inch up. He's only got 4 Will. What we might do with him is throw... Yeah, we'll throw one more Sap Will. I think it's important to remove the Will. We'll go Sap Will again. He gets it on a 6. This guy is killing it. He loves the Sap Wills. So 2 Sap Wills on a 6 from him. Gandalf obviously needs to resist, and I think we'll throw... I think we'll... We could throw the free one away on the resist. And just see if we manage to get it back. We'll see if we manage to stop it. Otherwise, we're going to lose 3 will points. We've only got 4 left. And then, otherwise, Gandalf could keep his will for his move, which might be better. You know what? We're gonna roll. We're gonna let him do it. We're not gonna resist. He rolls 1 dice. He gets a 4. So Gandalf loses another 2 will. He's only got 2 will left. That could be key. This guy, this Wraith here at the back, I think he'll reposition now, and he'll move 6 to start flanking around. And the Witch King, sort of wrong-footed by Gandalf's rather significant play, can get to there, and has line of sight. So he's going to be able to throw a spell as well. So the Witch King sitting on 10, Gandalf on very low will. Let's throw a command or a compel down. We'll drop 2 will, because that will stop Gandalf from being able to flee. And we've basically got him in the center of the board then with the Ringwraiths closing in. So let's go 2 will from the Witch King, and he needs it on 3s. Oh, he only gets it on 3s. So that's 2. Gandalf is now absolutely going to try and resist this. Now, he's got 1 will for free, and he's only got 2 will left. Soon his will's going to be gone because they're going to sap will and smash him. Oof. I think what we'll do is we're going to gamble resisting on just the free dice so that we keep those 2 will, and then in his turn we're going to blow the 2 will on a Sorcerous Blast. So otherwise it's gone anyway, but we really can't risk losing this Compel, because sitting there is really bad. We need to get another 3 inches away from that Witch King who's chasing him now. We've got to risk it for the biscuit, I think. Yes! Good work, Gandalf. Gets it on the 4, successfully resisted, and the Witch King goes down to 8 will. So Gandalf's will has been battered, but he himself is intact. He's got 2 will left. It's now his turn. He has options. He can't quite make a charge on this one, but he can move 3 inches and then Sorcerous Blast this guy out of existence and get him right out of the way. So 2 dice needing to cast, I believe Gandalf's Sorcerous Blast is a 4, or is it a 5? Could be a 5. Let's have a look. Sorcerous Blast is a 5. Okay, it's a 5. We need 5s. Come on, Gandalf, come on. Gets it on a 6. Brilliant work. So the Ring Wraith obviously has a chance to resist, but before that, let's see what it's going to do to this Ring Wraith. So, this power targets one enemy model within range. The target is directly blasted D6 away from the caster and knocked prone. If the target comes in contact with another model, which it won't, so that's fine. The target suffers 1 strength 5 hit. Any model knocked prone suffers a strength 3 hit. Cool. Additionally, if the target comes in contact with a piece of terrain, such as an obstacle or a hedge, it will immediately be knocked prone and suffer an extra strength 3 hit. So let's have a look. We could actually set that up if we wanted to give him extra damage, but I don't think we do. I think we just want to blast him out of there to get him away. So, the Ring Wraith has 2... All that's really going to happen is the Ring Wraith is going to get knocked back, so I think we probably don't need to resist that. It's probably not the worst thing in the world when we've got so many Ring Wraiths closing in on Gandalf, and he is being blown away towards the board edge. So I think we'll let that happen for now. So Gandalf blows him D6 inches away. Ooh, a big 5 inches. That's worked out pretty well. 5 inches straight back to here, and he's now prone. And he takes a strength 5 hit, which would be a strength 5 d8, that's 6s to wound. Oh, what? Gandalf gets a wound on him. Do these Ring Wraiths have any fate? We'd have to check the scenario for that. Oh, they don't! He's dead! In hindsight, perhaps we should have resisted it. I genuinely didn't see that happening. Gandalf just sprints for the exit and blasts one of the Ring Wraiths out of existence. That is a huge play for Daddy G. Excellent work. 1 Ring Wraith down, and now a clear gap for the board edge. Very important. Alright, let's jump into priority. Gandalf wants this so badly. He gets it. He gets it on a 5. The Witch King could call a heroic move here with 2 might. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, Gandalf is going to be... He'll still be in line of sight, even if he wins the move. There's no way he can get out of line of sight. Oh, I guess he could move that way to get out of line of sight, so to stop some of the casters. Yeah, I think the Witch King's got to call a heroic move. Witch King's got to call a heroic move. So the Witch King will call a heroic, and Gandalf's going to counter call. I can't believe we're using might for heroic moves, but I'll explain why. If Gandalf has priority, he can move there, which means at the beginning of these Wraiths' movement, they won't be able to cast any, they won't be able to make any charges, and these two won't be able to even make any spells. This guy might be able to by moving out there, but Gandalf might even be able to immobilize him first. So I think it's heroic move roll-off time. Positioning, my friends. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes to Gandalf. Gandalf's move goes first. He's going to move his full 3 inches. Sorry, you won't be able to see him on camera now because he's ducked in. And I tell you what, seeming as all the action's happening down there now, let's do a little bit of a reframe, which I probably should have done ages ago. You guys have got to remind me to do that. I always forget to move the camera. So Gandalf's in here. And before he goes, I think he might even blow, he'll blow his immobilize. He gets it on a 5. So this Wraith is immobilized unless he resists. He's only got the 4 will left. This is fairly big. Because what we could do is this Wraith could resist and then in his own turn move out and compel Gandalf back out to allow these guys to cast magical powers at him again. But it's basically gonna annihilate that dude's will, and he's the closest ring Wraith. Jeez, Gandalf has got a really good position here. I think we have to let that go. Yeah, the Witch King has 2 might. Says so in the scenario. So he's down to 1 now. Jeez. This is tricky. I wonder if it's quicker for the Witch King to just run around. 6, 12, 18 versus 6, 3. Oh, it's definitely quicker for the Witch King to run around. In fact, this guy maybe should be running around. Yep, we're going to let him be immobilized. Excellent work, Gandalf. There is nothing we can do there. Alright, well, it's Evil's turn. This Ring Wraith is key. He basically has to get here and stop Gandalf from doing shenanigans. Ooh, actually. He can... No, he's just covered by the pillar. He could almost have gotten a spell off there. The Witch King is going to run 6 inches. This guy is going to run 6 inches. We're just going to have to run around and hope that that guy can tie Gandalf up. Gandalf's so low on will, it's going to be all about compels, I think. And that guy's immobilized. So, priority. Great turn for Gandalf. Really well played. The heroic roll-off was really important. Gandalf rolls a 1, and Evil rolls a 5. Gandalf could do the same thing again here, call a heroic move to try and win priority and sprint off before he gets affected by magic from this Wraith. And the Witch King here is out of actually he's just in range, so the Witch King could counter call. Can't believe we're spending all our might on heroic moves. This is huge. Yeah, I think let's do it. Gandalf's gonna call a heroic move. The Witch King's gonna counter call. Ooh, Gandalf loses this time. It goes to the Witch King. So the Witch King is going to move first, and he's going to move... Now, he's got to move in such a way that this guy can get line of sight. So now, this will force the Witch King to go up into the ruins. That could have unintended consequences, absolutely. So the Witch King will make it to here. And then this model is going to move here. 3 inches, do his full move. He had 4 will left. That keeps him within 6 of the Ring Wraith. Of the Witch King, sorry. And he is going to drop 2 will onto a compel onto Gandalf. Yeah. I think we'll go 2 will. Do we compel him into combat? It's probably just wasting a Wraith. At the end of the day, we need him in the ruins. 2 will on compel. He gets it on a 5. Gandalf has a single dice that he has to resist. He has to resist. Oh, wait, what? Gandalf, the Ring Wraith, what are you talking about? The Ring Wraith has might? Oh my god, he doesn't! Oh, I read Gandalf's column! Oh! The Witch King doesn't have any might! Interesting. Okay, well, Gandalf won. We'll step. That's easy fix. What we do is we'll give Gandalf back his might for the heroic move last turn, and Gandalf can call his heroic move now and just take priority. That is very interesting. Sorry guys, I misread Gandalf's thing. So the Witch King has no might. Off goes Gandalf. Takes him 1 inch to get out of the difficult terrain, and then that leaves him with 5. So he's now all the way up here. Look how big that is. All of a sudden, Gandalf is very, very close to the board edge. That is really, really huge. So we've got... Now, and he's got a chance to cast now with his 1 free in the store. And I think what he's going to do is he is going to cast Sorcerer's Blast once again on that Wraith there. It worked well last turn. Let's see, we need a 5 to cast. Oh, he gets it with a 6! Kaboom! Alright, well this Wraith has absolutely got to resist after what happened to the last guy. He's going to drop... And it's also important because he needs to stop Gandalf from getting away. So he's going to spend 3 will to resist. He fails. He spends 3 will and he fails. He only has 4 will left, and he's getting knocked to D6 inches, 2 inches, not that far, so that's not too bad. But most importantly, he's knocked prone and can't cast any magical powers, which is huge, and he takes a strength 5 hit, which he doesn't die from. This is going disastrously for the ring wraiths. Gandalf's on the... he's out of here. Alright, let's go evil move. 3 inches for this guy. He's going to move out and move straight 3, and then he's going to drop 2 dice onto a compel. I believe he just got it off on a 4. The ring wraiths cast compel on... yes, they do cast it on a 4, so Gandalf has been compelled. So Gandalf loses that one. He did risk it by spending his will and not keeping it for the resist, but that's okay. He still managed a clean breakaway. And then we'll go 6 inches here for this Wraith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes to there. I think this guy's got to do something. We need to drop a spell, or... I mean, really, the only option here is Black Dart. It's very unlikely to happen, and him being around to stick around for another combat or 2 is probably more important. It's probably more important. So 6 inches, and then the Witch King will do a big 6-inch run as well. Which, interestingly... oh, he's just out of line of sight. So he's still got 8 will worth of pain. So the ring wraiths aren't out of trouble yet. This guy went down to 2. Priority. Another big one here. Goes to the ring wraiths. So Gandalf will have to spend his second point of might. No, his third point of might, because he called a channeled spell at the start. So this will be Gandalf out of might if he wants to win the heroic move, and I think he has to do it. I think he has to do it. 6 inches. Is he still on camera for you guys? Let me check. Yes, good. So Gandalf's made a big bail there. That's strong. Does he keep his will to resist the inevitable compel that's coming? I don't think he does, because there's so many wraiths now, he's probably going to get compelled. So what he can do is probably, I reckon, try and clutch another Sorcerous Blast or something. That was awesome. Let's just keep blasting people. Blasting's working fantastic. Or collapse rocks. Shawnee was saying you want to collapse rocks. We could try and collapse a rock on that ring wraith. These guys are obviously a problem. My only casting targets are this guy or this guy. He's got 4 wills, so he's more of a worry. Let's keep knocking him over. Let's try another Sorcerous Blast on a 5 with the free will. He gets a 1. No luck this time. Alright, Gandalf's out of will for this turn, and he's out of might, but he's still got full fate. The ring wraiths will return fire. We're going to go 6 inches for this guy. Oh, hello. No, that's 8 inches. That's why I was like, wow, he can almost be in combat, but no, not quite. The Witch King. Here we go. 6 inches. Right, the Witch King is in range, and he's going to drop a compel on 2 dice. It has to go off. He gets it on a 6. Gandalf couldn't have resisted that. And he is dragged back 3 inches. Gandalf's getting away slowly but surely. And this guy he's actually an inch back, but he'll fall where he is. This guy will stand up using half his move, and then move another 3 inches. And I think at this point we're keeping most of the will for the fights, apart from the Witch King, who is, oh, he should be on 8, so he's down to 6 now. Okay. Whew. This is getting big. Gandalf is compelled. He's done. Let's jump into combat, guys. Let's jump into priority. Ooh, it goes to the ring wraiths. Gandalf is out of might. He can't do anything about this. So I think we're stacking it on combats. I think this is finally time for combat. Yep, the Witch King's in range. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw this wraith in here. We're going to throw this Wraith in here, setting up the 3-point trap. The Witch King's going to make it in. On the way in, he's going to throw 2 dice at Immobilize. Is Immobilize... I mean, all Immobilize is going to do is stop Gandalf from making strikes. I don't think we're that worried about 1 dice now. Sorry, I don't think we're that worried about 1 attack now. So I think it's... these guys need to take courage checks for a start. What am I doing? We'll start with this guy. And this may dramatically inform the way everything unfolds. So let's do it one at a time. This gentleman here, he takes 3d6 and discards the highest. He rolls a 3, a 4, and a 5, so he's 7 plus 6. That still gets through. He makes the charge. The guy at the back, he rolls a 3 and a 1. That's still a 6. He just gets in. And the Witch King himself, he's sorted. Right, so Gandalf's done for the 3-point trap. And I don't think the Witch King's going to drop any, Oh, yeah, of course. He's already been compelled. What am I talking about? He is immobilized. Thank you, Damien. Losing my mind. 6 inches, and we'll get this Wraith to cover the flank. So, no, I don't think that hasn't happened. No, this is... Yeah, that was the previous turn. So he's not currently immobilized. You're making me lose my mind here, Damo. So, the Witch King... I just don't think there's... I mean, Immobilize in this edition, all it's going to do is stop Gandalf from making strikes. He doesn't have any might, so he can't strike up. It will disable some of his active and passive special rules. So, Oh, actually, it doesn't even... Oh, no, active abilities. So, he will lose Glamdring. So it does make him considerably less powerful. But, I mean, he's not striking anyway, if he's immobilized. He's still going to get Naya. I think we save the will. I'm seeing a few fights here in the future. I think we save the will. So, let's jump into combat. We've got 1 attack for Daddy Gandalf, 1 attack for the Witch King, and 2 attacks for the Ring Wraiths. The fight value is tied. Ooh, it's a clutch roll. Gandalf gets a 6, and so does the Ring Wraith. So it is 6 all. Gandalf has the Elven Blade here. On a 3-up, he will win the fight. And he gets it on a 6, just to smirk in their faces. So he's strength 5 with Glamdring, and their defense 8. So he needs 6s to wound. Do we strike at a Ring Wraith? Do we strike at the Witch King? The Witch King is basically the same. He's got no fate, so I mean, we got to go for the Witch King and remove all that will. 1-6 here, and the Witch King is dead. Oh, no luck. If we had any might, this would be the time for it. Unfortunately not, but importantly, Gandalf has survived, and all of these guys lose a will. So the Witch King's on 5. This Wraith is now useless. He's down to 1. That Wraith's on 2. He's not far away from useless. And this is what Gandalf's got to do. Survive and bleed will from the Ring Wraith. So let's do priority. Gandalf loses, which is important because it means that these Wraiths can keep their last dude alive for the time being. So let's go courage check for the Wraith at the back. He fails. He absolutely fails. This Wraith has failed. Let's do the Wraith on 4. And he passes. So there we go. The channeled Terrifying Aura did have an impact there. And we're gonna, if we want the 3-point trap, we're actually gonna have to send this Wraith in to die. Witch King. Witch King's fine as well. So that Wraith has now... 1 Wraith will die at the end of this turn, and Gandalf will have gotten rid of 2. Gandalf will have gotten rid of 2. Alright, let's do the combat. Gandalf, 1 dice. Witch King, 1 dice. Ring Wraiths, 2 dice. Ooh, damn, the Ring Wraiths just get it on 5s. And Gandalf only gets a 4 with nothing that he can do about that. No might to speak of. So, I think the Witch King is going to declare that he is using the Morgul Blade. He is absolutely going to do that. So, let's make these the Ring Wraith strikes. and these are the Morgul Blade strikes. 6 strikes. He's defense 5, their strength 4, they need 5s to wound. Okay, the Ring Wraith has failed, the Witch King rather, has failed to wound with the Morgul Blade strikes, and that is huge. So the Morgul Blade is wasted. Furthermore, the Ring Wraiths have only managed to score a single wound. Gandalf is going to use a fate point. He's got Naya, so he can use the reroll. Oh, even the reroll doesn't help him. He's going to use another fate point. Oh my god, reroll. Okay, 4 dice it took me to roll a 4. Gandalf is on full wounds and he's got 1 fate left, but this Wraith is now banished. He's run out of will. The Witch King is now down to 4 and the Morgul Blade is gone, and this Ring Wraith is on 3. Let's go priority. This is a tight one. This really is. Gandalf loses again, which isn't the worst thing in the world. All right, the Witch King, he passes his courage check. He's in. The Wraith on 3 will. He fails. No, he just passes his courage test. Oh, important. And then the Witch King on 2. The Wraith on 2 will. Oh, he does fail. That's the 2nd turn in a row. He fails again, which is actually not the worst thing. But Gandalf can't be trapped now, so that's pretty important. Alright, let's jump into the combat. Gandalf needs to win these priorities so he can use his magic. This is killing him. Alright, 1 dice for each KO. Hey, look at that. Gandalf gets a 6, the Ring Wraith gets a 6. It's down to the 50-50 roll-off again. Oh, even the Elven Blade doesn't hurt him. Gandalf loses on the 2. He backs away. And now the Witch King only gets 1 strike, as does the Ring Wraith, needing 5s. Oh, the Ring Wraith gets a cheeky wound. I'm just going to take that at the moment. So Gandalf is on 2 wounds, 1 fate. Ooh, that was not the best turn for Gandalf. That was an opportunity there, and he didn't manage to capitalize. Let's do priority. Gandalf loses again, still failing to make use of his Staff of Power. Let's do our courage checks, starting with the Witch King. Oh, the Witch King fails! Let's try the Ring Wraith up the back. He passes, he's in. And the Witch King on 2, the Ring Wraith on 2 will. He fails as well! You're kidding! This Wraith has now failed 3 times in a row, and the Witch King fails his turn. Gandalf is fighting 1 Ring Wraith. Come on, Daddy G. Gandalf gets it with a 6. He's got 1 strike, strength 5. He needs a 6 and he will kill this Ring Wraith. No luck. But importantly, takes some will off, doesn't get too hurt himself. Pretty good result there. But man, does Gandalf need to win priority. Still loses it 4 times in a row. Courage test for the Witch King. He passes. He's not going to fail again. In he goes. Courage test for the Wraith up the back. He fails! A 4th time in a row this Ring Wraith has failed. And now the Ring Wraith to the side. Oh my god, he fails as well. The amount of failing of courage here is ridiculous. It's probably evening out Gandalf not winning priority. Okay, so Gandalf versus the Witch King. It's a 1-on-1 fight. 2 dice. Oh, Gandalf loses on 3s. The Witch King gets it. Needs 5s. No wounds. Gandalf backs away. Will Gandalf win priority? The Witch King is down to 3 will. These Ring Wraiths are running out of resources to take all his wounds. Gandalf loses priority again. 5th time in a row. Courage check for the Ring Wraiths. Witch King, sorry. Witch King's in. The Wraith on the side there. Fails. The Wraith up the back. He passes, finally. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, 2 Wraiths. I don't think the Ring Wraiths can win. I think Gandalf's got him. I think Gandalf has got him. He loses this combat though, and they need 5s to wound him, and they fail to get any wounds. This is massive. Gandalf is bleeding them of resources. Priority. They need all 3, they need the trap, and they've finally lost priority. Gandalf has 1 point of will, and he is going to Sorceress Blast the Witch King right in the face. Oh, he doesn't get it. He gets a 4. Close, though. He is going to charge the one-on-one will to make sure that he can at least kill him. And then the other Wraiths will do their courage checks to countercharge. He passes. And the Witch King, he passes. So this is the final turn that the Ring Wraiths have to get the trap bonus. They really need to win this turn. Win this combat. Otherwise, Gandalf's probably got the game. They win it. They win it alright. So that is 2 strikes for the Wraith, 2 strikes for the Witch King. They need 5s. And they score 2 5s. Gandalf is on 2 wounds and 1 fate. First wound goes through. 1 wound, 1 fate. Fate point. It fails. He has the reroll from Naya. The game is down to a 50-50. If I don't roll a 4... Gandalf will die. Oh, another one! No, he goes! Oh, he fought so valiantly. I don't think anything could have gone any better for Gandalf. I mean, maybe if he'd won priority and got to use his magic a bit more, but the amount of courage checks that were failing. And look at this. Say Gandalf rolls a 4 and he stays alive. That Wraith is gone. And the Witch King and that Wraith are now on 1 will apiece. Let's continue. We roll for priority. Gandalf loses. They have to make charges. They get in. They get in. And then it's 1 more round of combat, which Gandalf wins, pushes them back, and they both die. So the difference of literally 1 turn apart. If Gandalf had rolled that 4, the next turn the Wraiths would have been gone. How brutal is that? Oh, now do we get the Gandalf of many colours. Ooh. Oh, apparently I missed reducing the will of a Ring Wraith by 1 turn. I wouldn't be surprised. But, yeah. Wow, what a close game. What a really close game. That was good fun. Alright, well that's the end of Battle Report number 2. Now it's time to switch it up for Battle Report number 3. We're still going to need these Ring Wraiths. We'll keep them handy. But we are not going to need Daddy Gandalf. He retires very bruised and battered. So let me just bring on down our Hall of Heroes. Here comes the Balin's Tomb display piece. Gandalf goes back among the immortals. And we need Aragorn Strider, Merry, Sam, Frodo, and Pippin, as we switch up to the defense of Amon Sul by the Ranger and his hobbits. This seems like high time for a banana bread break. We just have some banana bread. I'll get the scenario out. I don't think I need to switch camera. You guys can just watch me re-rig the scenario. Alright. What are we doing? I need Aragorn. Okie dokie. Ooh. We need issue number 37. Here we go, this is it. So we are playing Attack at Weathertop. Camping for the night in the ruins of the watchtower, the hobbits unwittingly alert the ring wraiths to their presence with the fire they have lit. Once they realize the danger they are in, the heroes must fight off their attackers to protect the ring bearer. So, we're actually playing on a 2x2 board. So what we'll do is we'll just use the back section. That's a 2x2. So the 2 foot mark is there. So we'll collapse that in a little bit. Well, actually, it's probably better for you guys to see it from a more top-down perspective than side-on. So we might bring it a little closer to you guys. Should make it nicer to see. Get my banana bread out of the way. We'll scatter a few trees around just for the aesthetics and lovely ruins. Now Aragorn, he will start here on the edge, but he doesn't start there at the beginning, and the 4 hobbits will start in the middle. We also need a marker for the campfire, I believe. The game takes place on a... Oh, it's a 3 foot by 3 foot board, so that would have been perfect, actually, but that's fine. That's about how far it is away anyway, that's fine. The 4 hobbits start the game around the campfire on Weathertop. Once the game begins, the ring wraiths will enter from that board edge. So let's stack that up 3 foot from Aragorn. That's where the ring wraiths are coming in. So is it all 4? No, all 5 coming on at once this time. The ring wraiths are charging forth together. After slaying Gandalf, they lay here and wait, ready to ambush the poor hobbits. We're going to need a fireplace marker. What have I got nearby? Here we go. I'll use this little mountain fortress base with a tuft on it. They're all clustered around the campfire there. Let's reframe that camera. Get it just a little bit more, a little bit closer for you guys there. Alright. At the start of the game, the heroes are unprepared for the impending attack. They therefore may do nothing until they become aware of the ring wraith's approach. So they're too busy cooking their bloody tomatoes and bacon. We got some sausages for you. Nice crispy bacon. Basically, at the start of every turn, we roll a dice. On a 1 to a 3, the ring wraiths can keep stealthing up and the hobbits can't do anything. On a 4 to a 6, we become aware of them, and the hobbits will act as normal. On that turn, though, on the following turn, after they've become aware, that's when Aragorn moves onto the board edge. As soon as the ring wraiths move within 6 inches of the ruins, they automatically become aware, and Aragorn will move on. The Nazgul are vulnerable to flames and are thus cautious of the burning bright fire within the ruins. Any ring wraith within the ruins at the start of his turn must take a courage test. If they fail, they retreat their full distance away from the fire. Good side can also use flaming brands from the fire to drive their assailants away. Any good model in base contact with the fire may spend half its move to pick up a brand. If a model with a brand wins a fight against a ring wraith but does not kill it, they may choose to thrust the brand at the ring wraith. This forces it to retreat its full move, again as following the rules in Pack 10. As the ring wraith will have already been beaten back as a result of losing the fight, it should end up too far from the model. Yeah, so it actually retreats 7 inches. The good side wins if at the start of any turn after the 5th turn there are no ring wraiths on Weathertop, and the evil side wins if they kill Frodo. Very cool. Alright, so I guess the big question is, are the fire brands reusable? I'm not sure if, like, when they thrust the brands in their head, like when Aragorn's like flailing it around, he only throws it at the last one. I don't think he has to pick up another one each time he sets a dude on fire. So, I think they'll just like all have flaming brands. Charlie says, can we zoom it in a bit? I'll leave it where it is just for now, until the ring wraiths advance, and then once the hobbits start moving, we'll zoom in. Alright, let me just catch up with the chat before we launch into the scenario. I'll swing on here, and we're going back to old rules as well now, so all the old crazy magical powers, everything is in play. Okie dokie. Whew. So there we go. That was a big game with Gandalf. Damien says, true story. When we played it with the new Gandalf, the new rules, Gandalf lost at almost the exact same point when there was 3 will on the evil side. You had 2 will. Funny old world, but definitely close with the new rules. Wrath of Bruinen says, old fool, this is my hour. He says, woo, great game. Here comes, Andrew says, here comes Daddy A instead of Daddy G. Time to smack down. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine. Charlie's working on the Rohan house. Very nice. Why don't the men of Minas Tirith atop the wall help them? They're just standing there watching Gandalf getting massacred. Absolutely crazy. Charlie says it looks suspiciously like an MMA medieval ring. Hobbit's distracted by the sounds of food. Sounds about right. Mason and Lexi says, I'm so pumped for the terrain tutorial for that trebuchet. Yeah, I should have that out. I'm hoping for like the middle of this week. I want it out really soon to follow up so that everyone isn't stalled waiting for it as they were into the building. That wasn't English. Move into the next part of the building. Let's get into it, I think. So as always, Good has priority first turn, but their models can't do anything at the moment. So it's time for the ring wraiths to advance. So they've basically got like another turn before Aragorn arrives, maybe? I think, do we test to see if the hobbits get aware straight away? I don't think so. It starts next turn. Alright, hobbits can't do anything. They're too busy eating their sausages. Priority. Goes to evil. Now, evil's going to be clever here. They're not going to move within 6. They're going to take the gamble. Oh, does that happen at the start of the turn? Actually, yeah. Let's see if the hobbits become aware of them. Oh, the hobbits do become aware of them. Alright. So Aragorn's moving on next turn. So in that case, the ringwraiths are just going to move full. Might even be time to start throwing some magical spells at these hobbits. I mean, we got to kill Frodo. They don't have Black Dart, though. So we don't have any, like, offensive magic. So I think it's all about Compel. So let's just stack the Compels on Frodo. Alright, the Witch King is going to drop 2 dice on a Compel on Frodo. He gets it off on a 6. Dude, Frodo's screwed. Let's go... What does he need? Yeah. So Frodo has... Holy wow. What? What? Frodo has 3 might, 3 will, and 3 fate. Holy wow, Frodo's insane! Is that how much he has normally? I don't think so. That's crazy town. Right, so Frodo's got some will to resist this. Well, he don't want to be no compelled. But it's also hard to resist a 6. So what he might do is just take that one. We're happy to move 3 inches away. It will mean he doesn't pick up a flaming brand. Alright, so the Witch King is now down to 8 will, sorry. The next Ringwraith along, he's going to chuck 2 will into compelling Frodo. He fails on 3s, compels on a 4 in the old edition. So he goes down to 5 will. We're going for a huge Hail Mary now to just suck Frodo out. The next one, he passes. Alright, Frodo has, he goes down to 5 will as well. Frodo's got to resist this one on a 3. I don't think Frodo wants to leave now, so this is getting scary. We'll drop 2 of Frodo's will. Oh, he fails on double 2s. Frodo gets... Oh, that's right, but they can only be compelled an inch and a half, because in here it counts as difficult terrain. I have a feeling this isn't meant to count as difficult terrain in this one. That was... Yeah, no, it's not. It isn't difficult terrain in this. So 3 inches, 3 inches. So he's just been compelled out. He won't be in charge range. And now the final ring raid. This is horrible. I shouldn't have played it like this at all. 2 will, fails. Oh, actually, isn't that success? Don't they cast him on 4s in the old edition? Yep, they're compelled on 4s. Frodo gets whisked along just outside of charge range. We'll move him to this one. And then one last ring wraith. Successfully casts Compel and compels Frodo into the Witch King and 1 ring wraith. So Frodo has been compel chained all the way out into combat with 2 ring wraiths before they can, before the hobbits have even realised what's happening. Jeez, these compel chains are insane! Hobbits not get resistant to magic. I don't think they have resistant to magic in this. Let's see. It doesn't give us their full profiles in this magazine, because it's not the first time we've used them. We use them I think you might be right, Damo, actually. Let's see if we can... they were all cast on 4s and 5s. So let's add the extra dice. Okay, so he fails to resist the 6. And then the second one was on a 5. Failed. The third one was on a 4. Failed. Okay, so he failed to resist all of them with resistance to magic. Frodo's cooked, mate. Okay, the Witch King. Fighting against Frodo. He's got 1 attack. The Ringwraith has 1 attack. And Frodo has I think only 1 attack as well. Yeah, he's got 1 attack, but all the might in the world. So the Witch King and the Ringwraith. They set the bar high with a 5. And Frodo rolls a big old 2. They need 2 wounds. He's defense 6, so it will be 5s to wound. Oh no! He's defense 3 because he doesn't have the mithril coat yet. Oh my lord. 4s to wounds. They drop 1 wound on Frodo. Frodo will just take it and keep his fate points for the time being. Alright, priority. It swings to the forces of evil, I think. It's a tie. Who had it last? The Ringwraiths did. Oh, actually, I forgot to move the hobbits last turn. Well, I think the hobbits at this point need to just, like, run. So I've just remembered something. This game's a mess, Lockie. Hobbits only move 2 inches when they're compelled, not 3. So Frodo got compelled 4 times, which means he would be 8 inches. There's no way Frodo can get in combat. He's only there. He's only there. They're 4-inch move. Okay, so he's on the brink, but he's not in combat. So and these fellas need to move. So these guys, of course, are going to move 4 now. They just have to run. Run. The downside of this is the Ringwraiths. Well, they need to kill Frodo. But if they don't do it fast enough, by playing this fast and loose strategy, they're going to be outside this by turn 5, which is going to cook them. Alright, so now Aragorn will arrive, and the raids will continue. So they can just gang up on Frodo. They don't even really need to cast any magic against him. So they can throw three wraiths in, and these wraiths will just run up. He might throw some magic. He is going to compel... Yeah, we'll compel Pippin on 1 dice. It fails. That guy goes down to 4. And then this Ringwraith is going to leap up to here. And he's going to compel Pippin as well. Which also fails, so he's down to 4. Okay, so Hobbit's turn, or the good force's turn. Aragorn is going to sprint into the ruins. But I don't know if he's going to be quick enough to save Frodo. We might have to cancel these compel chains. They're just insane. And Merry and Sam, they gotta make a charge here. So what's going to happen is Merry is going to be very brave, and he is going to successfully charge this Ringwraith. He rolls a 6. I don't know what's his courage. He's courage 4. However, and I don't think the Witch King has Harbinger of Evil this early. He doesn't. So no. So the wraiths always lose always lose their will, even if they win the combat. So Merry successfully charges this Ringwraith here, which negates his control zone, and very importantly allows Pippin to charge this Ringwraith down here. But Pippin has to be brave. He is not brave. He rolls Snake Eyes and absolutely carks it. Let's zoom in this camera. Oops, sorry guys, bit of a slip there. So Pippin absolutely chokes, and he's not going to be able to go and help Frodo. Let's see if Sam can do any better for his master. He is brave. Sam makes a big charge and gets on this Wraith. Good thing they picked up those flaming brands, because they're going to need them if they're going to try and scare away these Wraiths. Let's jump into combat. We'll start with Sam. Sam has just the 1 attack. Yes. So it's Hobbit versus Ringwraith. And Hobbit wins on a 4. Take that, Ringwraith. And he will strike with his flaming brand. Yes, so instead they just... That's interesting. If a model with a brand wins a fight against a Ringwraith but does not kill it, they may choose to thrust... Yeah, okay. So Sam will actually get a chance to wound it as well. He just rolled a 6. I think his only strength... Sam is strength 2 and defense 8. He's going to need a 6 and a 5, I think. Let's have a look at the wound chart. So strength 2, defense 8 is a 6 and a 5. So Sam's rolled a 6. If he rolls a 5, he's going to kill this Ringwraith. Oh, Sam, you legend! Who even needs the flaming brand, mate? He's enraged that his master, Mr. Buggins, is surrounded by Ringwraiths. So I should have called the heroic combat, mate. Should have called the heroic combat. Oh dear me, he doesn't even need him. He stabs him straight through the head, and annihilates that Ringwraith. Well, 1 Ringwraith down, boys. Fantastic work, Samwise Gamgee. Let's see if Merry can do the same. 1 dice each for Merry and the Ringwraith. Ooh, Merry wins again. Let's see if he wounds him first, needing a 6. He doesn't wound him, but he will strike him with the flaming brand, which means the Ringwraith will flee 6 inches, or 7 inches, including the retreat, all the way back. Now, this is the big one. Can Frodo survive? It's bloody unlikely, frankly. 3 Ringwraiths, including the Witch King, but there's no might, so it doesn't matter, against 1 poor Frodo. Frodo rolls a 4, a valiant effort, but the Ringwraiths roll a 6, and with his fight value, even spending his might isn't going to be able to help him there, so they will double up those strikes, and the Witch King will also strike with the Morgul Blade. Oh, I shouldn't touch that, that was dumb. That's 8 and 5. The Witch King will also strike with the Morgul Blade. Oh wow, very, very bad rolls, actually. So only 2 wounds, one of them from the Witch King, so the Morgul Blade has been stabbed. And Frodo takes 2 wounds. We'll have to drop 2 fate points. He passes them both. So Frodo survives. The Wraiths back away. They lose a will. But Frodo is down 2 fate. He is down 2 fate. Wow, fantastic. Okay. Let that be a lesson, Wraith. The Gardener has vanquished you. Alright, well, let's jump into priority. Boy, oh boy, do the good side need to win this. And they do, on a 4. Okay, this is huge. It's time for the Hobbits to run away! So Aragorn needs to just get in there. And screw this flaming brand thing. Aragorn just needs to get in there and call some fights. Frodo needs to retreat. And the Hobbits need to probably just get in there and sacrifice themselves for him. Let's make a charge with Sam. Sam is furious, enraged. So courage check for Sam. He fails. he's too surprised by his own success. They're only courage 4. How much will has he got? Sam's got 1 will. And his courage. Oh, Sam's courage 5. So he spends his will, he can get in combat. Let's do that. Sam's going to run down and charge this Ringwraith after the success of last turn. Merry is going to do the same thing, charging the same Wraith. Oh, he rolls double 6s. He's very brave. That gives Frodo room to retreat 4 inches up the top. And then Pippin... tell you what Pippin's going to do. Pippin's going to block Frodo in, so that Frodo's Compel can't take him into a spot where a Ringwraith will be able to charge him. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Alright, it's the evil player's move. We've got 3 Wraiths here at our disposal. The obvious choice is for this Ringwraith here to charge Sam. And maybe cast a spell in on the way, but we are running out of spells. I think we need to save our magic for Strider. Maybe before he charges, we'll throw a Compel on Strider. See if we can make him run away a little bit. Otherwise, it's just getting a bit rough. We don't want that Aragorn in here. We need to keep him away. Now, this is turn 3. We need to remember we need to have Wraiths inside there. He successfully gets the compel off on Strider, so Aragorn's only got the 3 will. Yeah, we'll resist. We'll resist with 1. Look at that! Clutches the resist. Aragorn's down to 2 will, but no compel there. And then that Wraith will make the charge. This Wraith will do the same thing, I think. No, you know what? Yeah, alright, why not? Let's chuck another... So that Wraith goes down to 3. See if we can compel Aragorn out of here. Another compel on Aragorn. That one fails. And then the Witch King... Oh, the Witch King doesn't have any might. How's he going to call heroic combats with no might, you idiot? I will charge Pippin. The Witch King will fly up and charge Pippin. And throw a compel on... he'll throw a compel on Aragorn. He passes, gets a 6. Aragorn will spend his last 2 will. Oh, he gets the 6 as well and resists. So the spells have disappeared. Witch King's only got 6 will left now. So a little bit of a will drain, but Aragorn is still close, clutching it with his resist rolls, and Frodo isn't in combat this turn, which is a good outcome. Let's leap into combat. So Sam, let's start with the Gardener. Sam rolling 1 attack against 1 Ring Wraith. Oh, he clutches it again! Nice work, Sammy boy. Wraith gets pushed back, needs 6s to wound. No luck, doesn't wound him this time, but he will use the Flaming Brand to get him out of there. Basically, we just need to win these combats. Alright, Merry fighting 2 Ring Wraiths. This might be the end of Merry Ardok Brandybuck. He clutches it! Oh, they both get 6s. He gets a 6, but Merry loses on the fight value. So he backs away. 2 strikes from the Ring Wraiths. And they get a wound, a single wound, perhaps 2 wounds. They are strength 4. No. Just 1 wound. Merry only has 1 wound, though, and 1 fate point, I believe. No, Merry's got 2 fate points in this game mode. We'll use the first, that fails. Use the second, that fails. I don't think he had any might to fix that first one, did he, Merry? No. So Merry has fallen, the first Hobbit to be, we'll say incapacitated. Incapacitated, 1 Hobbit down. And these Ring Wraiths will each lose a will. Oh dear, alright. The Witch King. The Witch King versus Pippin. This will be a poor test for Pippin. Pippin wins! He gets a 5. He'll need a 6 to wound him. He gets the 6. He'll need another 6 though, because he's only strength 2 as well. So 6s by 5s. 1 5 here, and the Witch King's dead. No luck. Okay. But Pippin pushes back the Witch King, the Lord of the Nazgul. He is redeemed after failing his courage check. Okay. Well, Frodo is on 1 wound, no fate, so he's close. But the Ring Wraiths are looking a little bruised and battered. We've lost Pippin, but let's see how things go in further turns. Priority. Oh, it goes to the forces of Green. What are they? The Hobbits. So that's good again, because they could stop some magic coming from the Ring Wraiths. Declan says, when my scenario group played through the Fellowship scenarios, Pippin was incredible every game, while Merry always died horribly. Very nice, very nice. Alright, I think what's got to happen is Aragorn has got to charge the Witch King. He's brave. He's not letting these poor hobbits die. Aragorn gets in. Aragorn versus the Lord of the Nazgul. And I think what Merry needs to do is just run down and help Sam. Sam's going to make a courage check. He passes. And just for good measure, he's going to charge both of them in case Pippin fails. Pippin will take a courage check. He passes. Nice work, Pippin. He runs on down. Frodo is just going to leg it 4 inches to over here, so that there's no way any of the Wraiths can cast a spell on him. The only free Wraith is this one, and he's even out of range of Sam this turn. So Aragorn versus the Witch King. Aragorn versus the Witch King, and the many Wraiths pouring down on the poor hobbits below. Let's start with Pippin. Pippin is fighting 1 Ring Wraith. He's on the green. Oh, it's a tied fight, but the Ring Wraith gets it on fight value. He needs a 4 to wound the poor hobbit, and he does not wound him. Strength 4, Defense 3, only getting a 3. Pippin survives. Samwise Gamgee fighting down a single Wraith. He wins again on a 6. 6s by 5s to wound for the mighty Sam. He gets the 6. Oh, he gets a 1. Oh man, how many times has that almost happened? Nice work though, Sam, busting these ring wraiths down and chewing up their will. This wraith down to 1, this wraith down to 2, and this guy on 3. We may regret casting those compels now. The Witch King versus Aragorn. This is going to be a tough one for the Witch King, I think. Oh dear. Aragorn only rolled 3 high, but the Witch King choked and rolled a 1. Aragorn is strength 4. He needs straight 6s to wound him. He gets 4s and 5s. I think we'll spend one of Aragorn's might points to make that a 6. Because Aragorn is... Aragorn's strength 4. I think strength 4 on D6 is straight 8s, isn't it? I know what I'm saying. Strength 4 on defense 8 is a 6. And the Witch King has no fate. So that is the Witch King annihilated. Aragorn arrives and slices him in half. There we go. He uses a point of might to do it, but it is enough. I think the hobbits are safe now. Jeez, it was looking risky for Frodo at the start there. Far out. We don't even need the flaming brand. We killed him. Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry. Glenn's right. Sam did win a combat, so his flaming brand scares away that ring wraith. And Pippin didn't win the combat. He didn't die. All right, priority. Goes to the forces of evil. They've got one last Hail Mary, which at this point I'm not really sure how they can get to Frodo. I'll tell you what they can do. This Wraith can move 6. And he can cast Compel on Frodo. He's only got 2 will, so he can only spend 1 or he will die. And he gets it. And he will compel Frodo into combat. Ooh, that is a big move. That is a big move. Now this Wraith... Aragorn has no will points left. So what this Wraith is going to do is he is going to move up. He's going to move around Sam to here and throw a compel on Aragorn. Aragorn, he's got 3 will. If I use all 3, if I use 2, he's only good for like 1 more fight. I think he has to take a gamble and compel on 1 dice. He successfully compels. Aragorn is now compelled, and he'll finish his move there. This ring wraith here will just move up. I tell you what, actually, this ring wraith is going to move around this way, so that he can't just get picked off by one of the hobbits. Speaking of the hobbits, Sam isn't just going to lie there and let these ring wraiths run past him. So he'll take a terror check, which unfortunately he fails. And Pippin will take a terror check, and he passes to charge this wraith. Oh, he'll actually have to fight him up the barrier, so the wraith will be holding a defended position against the poor hobbit. Okie dokie. Let's start with that combat. Aragorn can't do anything. He is absolutely compelled by some dark magic. So it is 1 ring wraith versus 1 hobbit. Pippin. The ring wraith... Oh no, the hobbit wins! He rolls a 6! He needs to strike past the barrier. He rolls a 6 to strike past the barrier. He'll need a 6 to wound him. He rolls a 3. Alright, so he doesn't kill him, and then he'll back away from the barrier, and the ring wraith goes down to 2 will, which is hugely important. And then the big fight. Frodo versus 1 ring wraith. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Frodo gets a 3, the ring wraith gets a 2. It's huge. It's huge! Frodo pushes him away. Tries to wound him on a 6. Fails, and then uses the flaming brand to send him scattering 6 inches away. And he is now down to 1 will. So it is turn 5. We have a wraith inside the circle, so good do not automatically win. Let's move on to the next turn. Priority. It goes to evil once again. That is hugely important. What we're going to do is send this wraith flying up. He's kind of ignoring terrain rules a little bit there, but he is a wraith. we'll probably have to cost him an inch or so to get over that part. It's less than half his height. I'm happy that he'd be able to walk up that because of the slope. So if he loses an inch over that piece of difficult terrain, he is still within range of Frodo. So now what we've got to do, he's only got the one will though. Where this is truly Hail Mary plays here, guys. Okay, what's going to happen is this Wraith with 2 will is going to cast a Compel on Frodo on a 4. He fails to get it off. And he goes down to 1 will. This Wraith here, who is on 1 will, is going to move in and cast Compel, killing himself to do so. It fails on a 3. Well, this Wraith annihilates himself, and then this Wraith will have to charge Frodo, which will of course mean that Aragorn is free to charge him, because he has not been compelled. Frodo and Sam can do nothing, Sam and Pippin rather, can do nothing except run back inside the circle. And now the ring wraiths have maybe 1 or 2 shots left at getting a wound on Frodo, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. Alright, Aragorn, 3 attacks. Frodo, 1 attack. The ring wraith, 1 attack. The ring wraith gets a 5 high. Oh my god, the ring wraith wins the fight. Aragorn's going to have to spend some might here. He rolled a 4, and he's got 2 might left. And he has higher fight value? He should. Yes, he does. So he'll spend his 2nd point of might to make that a 5 to equal the ring wraith's roll, which means that he'll win the fight. The ring wraith backs away. He's actually trapped now by Pippin, so he'll take double strikes, and Aragorn slices him in half. There are 4 ring wraiths gone. 4 ring wraiths gone. Priority. If evil lose priority, good have won the game. Just to keep it interesting, they've won priority. This ring wraith will charge Frodo. Aragorn will charge the ring wraith and wrap around him. Sam will charge the ring wraith. Oh, we got to take terror checks. Come on, guys. Aragorn passes, Sam passes, and Aragorn's attack for last turn. All good. So, Aragorn, Frodo, and Sam fighting 1 ring wraith. You know what? Pippin can actually get in there as well. Aragorn rolls 3 attacks. The 3 hobbits roll 3 attacks. They get the 6, and the ring wraith only manages a 4. And even no matter what they do in combat, he's trapped, he's on 1 will, he's going to die 50 times over. The ring wraith is vanquished. So, a pretty themey response. Frodo was wounded. He was wounded very severely by the Witch King himself, in fact, even though he failed to do the Morgul Blade wound. If he'd got a Morgul Blade wound off, that would have been huge. But the Witch King was dispatched. Aragorn basically came in and just annihilated the ring wraiths. And Sam, hero of the hour, totally ruined the ring wraiths. Yes, the ring wraiths did have to take a courage test once they were inside the ring, so that would have only been the last 2 turns. But very true indeed. But they're courage 6, so yeah, they would have been fine. But they needed the help. They needed the help. Oh, wow. 3 big battle reports for Weathertop, or big in sensibility and importance, as we see the valiant heroes fight off the forces of evil. We had a victory here against the ring wraiths. Poor Gandalf didn't fare particularly well. And now it is time to switch up into our giveaways. So let me swing the camera back on down so that you guys can see my ever-lovely face. And I will see you guys in just a minute to do our wonderful card pack giveaways.
Right, we're back. Sorry, lads. Some of you lovely people decided to pledge within the last, 10 minutes, so I need to make sure that you are on the wheel. Because I always update it so that everyone has a shot. Now, of course, you guys couldn't resist making the joke in the chat that we haven't painted any miniatures today. I must be giving away the $700 Forge World model. That's not happening. I'm sorry, it's just not. But yes, we did paint up Gandalf last weekend. So, sounds like I'm a bit loud. There we go. We did paint up Gandalf last fortnight, rather. So, instead of miniatures this week, we've got an extra special giveaway. We're going to be giving away 3 of the new card packs that have just gone pre-order yesterday from Games Workshop. So, these are the profile cards, which come with all the little goodies. Let's have a look. Let's open them up. So we've got the Elves and Dwarves one, the Free Peoples, and the Isengard and Moria one, which is I love these things. Whenever I'm playing, I usually, you won't see it in these videos, of course, because we're playing with old retro rules. But most of the time when I'm playing, I will always have my my card profiles, my profile cards out there. Here we go. Look at this, Gildor and Glorian. Let me switch to live so I can make sure you guys can see. Focus on the card, not my face. Okay, well, there we go, got it. So there you go, you can see that they've got it, all the stats, the details, the rules, little bits and pieces. What else we got here? Let's just flick through. I don't even know which one. Oh, Dwarf King. Very nice. Stop focusing on my face. There we go. Dwarf King and Wood Elf Sentinel. Very cool. So yeah, essentially they're just really sick cards. I love these. They're not essential to play the game, but I love a little bit of extra gear. They did come out, maybe a year ago now, and they were a limited release thing, and Games Workshop have brought them back as a permanent thing. They don't come in the cardboard boxes anymore, but at least the cards are available now. So, the Free Peoples pack, the Isengard and Moria pack, and the Elves and Dwarves profile card pack are all going to one lucky Patreon in lieu of our model giveaway this week. Yeah, I'm excited to see who gets these. But don't be alarmed if you're worried, if you're saying, geez, Lockie, I was really hoping for models. Because next week, it's going to be models galore. Let's have a little look at what we're giving away next week. Bum, 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 bum. Those of you who've been joining the stream since the start will know this already, but for those of you who have joined since, this is the incredible Balin's Tomb diorama. This has been painted up by one of our fellow Patreons, Michael Buchan from Buck and Duck, an awesome YouTube channel that he does wicked little painting tutorials and that sort of thing. So definitely, he just sent this to me completely off his own back, just because he's loving the streams and wanted to show a bit of support. And so what we're going to do in honor of his incredible contribution to our little giveaways is we're going to do next installment is going to be all about Balin's Tomb. We'll make a little Balin's Tomb board, we'll play some scenarios, and then we'll give away all 9 of these Fellowship models and the base to one lucky Patreon supporter. So, miniatures are coming, friends. Make sure you guys do show Michael some love. I've got his channel linked in the description below so that you can subscribe to that, which you should be anyway, because his painting tutorials are awesome. In the meantime, let's give away some profile cards. I'll get me wheel. Freshly updated. I can smell the ink. Dum 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 dum. Back to live. I'm gonna need to go way out. You're gonna see the chaos of the room around me. That's fine. Yeah, let's do Min for a bit first. Let's do Min. Right, so here's all our beautiful juicy names. Woo, woo, woo. Let's see who wins this week's this week's lot of card packs. I'll just join us in the chat before we roll away. Where the hell is he gone? He's back. Excellent. Thank you, Aaron. Just pre-ordered those. Hope I don't win, says Sinner. High-key really want that Fellowship set, even though I already have it. Yeah, it's cool, and they're gorgeously painted too. All right, let's see who is going to take away our selection of card packs this week. Dum 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 dum. Oh, the orange is getting close. No, we're in. Oh wow, we are jammed. We are jammed between Bay 7 and Bay 8. I think what we'll have to do is rule it as to which one it's closest to, and yeah, it's closest to Bay number 8. Jeez, we've never had a jam one before. So we've got our potential winners are Jimmy Goodman, Zach Madison, Douglas Moore, Maxi Clace, Stephen Blymer, Taryn, Caleb Pruitt, James Z. Smith, and her Jaeger. So, let's get out a D20. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 names. So between 1 and 9 and 11 up is going to be a reroll. That's the only way I could do this fairly, because math. So let's... So we're looking for a number between 1 and 9 on the mystical Zorpazorp D20. Look at this. It's even black and white. That is completely unintentional. It's because it's, you know, from Magic the Gathering or something. I can't remember. Let's get this all zoomy so you can see. All right, we ready? We ready? It is... Oh, we haven't got one straight away. It's number 4, which is... Dum, 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 dum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maxi Clace from France. There you go, Maxi. Long-time subscriber of the channel as well, so very cool indeed. Maxi, make sure your address, your postal address is up to date on the Patreon info, and all 3 of these card packs will be coming your way, and I'll put them in the post. I'll wait to check your address, and I'll put it in the post tomorrow. Although they may take a little while to get to France at the moment, but they are coming. So there we go. Let's return to my proper face, which is not that. There we go, that's good enough. Yep, that works. So there we go. Beautiful giveaway. We've got, a couple of cards going over to France for Maxi. Fantastic work. Thank you to everyone who watched today. Let's swing into the chat and see what we missed. We've got, Glenn was saying, something about building his own Weathertop, I thought I saw before. So much fun. I've started designing a foam Amon Sul to play on. Make sure that you get a copy of the guide that came out with issue number 37, because there's an awesome foam guide in there. But yeah, thank you so much for everyone who joined us. Stream is good fun, hey? 3 battle reports. First time we've done that. They were smaller ones, but still, big undertaking. 4.5 hours we ended up going for. So I think that's kind of where I'm trying to sit, is between 4 and 4.5, and I'll try and keep that consistent so you guys can plan for it. I think, 5.5, 6-hour streams was getting a bit ridiculous for a while there, especially when by the end of it no one's watching because they've all gone to bed. So thank you so much for tuning in. Moment of the stream for me, I think, was Sam killing a ring wraith just off the bat, Frodo getting compel chained out, and then surviving to the end. I thought the game was over. I thought we were going to have to replay it. So that was pretty good fun. Up next, Balin's Tomb. Now, I say that with no planning, because I just thought of it, but I'm sure there's an issue dedicated to Balin's Tomb, so we'll probably do like some sort of small Balin's Tomb diorama build, and like build and paint that, and then play a pretty serious battle report with a lot of goblins and some trolls. Terry the Troll from issue... Is that issue 2? Yeah, Terry the Troll from issue 2 will make a reappearance, no doubt. The famous Terry the Troll and James Carver's Groblogs Gobjobs, his Goblin Warband, and then of course we'll see all of our famed Fellowship heroes that have been donated by Mr. Michael Buchan. So very, very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I will, Glenn Sanford put a post up on the Facebook group about where to get the guide for making foam Weathertop, and I'll sort you out. We will see you guys next time right here on Zorpazorp Gaming. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you at the next stream in a fortnight, and I've got a Minas Tirith video coming out within the next couple of days. So stay tuned. Lots more action here on Zorpazorp. Cheers.